Travis and I are returning to our breaking news roots because this is the type of story that we're going to have to cover today. And the reason we're all here is because Travis is testifying before. Now, Can't Be Censored was born out of Travis's very public dispute with the CBC. It centered on editorial freedom, on discrimination, and totally inside Canada's public broadcaster. That particular case is before the Canada Human Rights Commission, and this morning it's also before Parliament. And so in just a short while, Travis will appear before a parliamentary committee in Ottawa to testify inside and tell us what happened at the CBC and the events that led to his removal from the air. And over the next several hours, I'm going to stay with you. We're going to take you through the lead up to that testimony. We're going to bring you inside the hearing live as it unfolds. We'll return here for reaction once it's over as well. Just you won't stay tuned for this. Travis is going to be joining us right after. But first, we have Travis himself. A lot of Travis is joining us from Ottawa. Travis, how are you feeling this morning?
You know what, Carmen, I'm glad that we're streaming this. We made the decision, a couple of days ago that we were going to stream this. And I was disappointed to see this morning in the Toronto Star, I made that challenge to Brody Fenlon, the editor-in-chief of CBC, and the broadcaster to stream this and to have some transparency around exactly what went on. And it's disappointing that they told the Star this morning that they're not going to do that. There are other places to stream it. Well, if we have to be that place, then that is what it is going to be. In terms of how I'm feeling, you're my co-host, but you're also my friend. You know what this has been like for me, what a struggle this has been emotionally, mentally, in terms of my reputation as well. But really, Carmen, this is about something much bigger than me. It really is. It's about whether or not employees should be subjected to a toxic work environment. I know that you are going to be speaking with another former CBC employee in the next little while about her experience, which dates back well before my time on Canada Tonight. And I think, really, over the past several days since I put out that video, and even before that, people started contacting me that were either at the CBC and say that their careers were completely destroyed, or people that are still there that have raised concerns repeatedly to management about the environment, about the fact that they have a double standard when it comes to certain employees, about political bias, about all of these concerns, and nothing has been done. There are tongue lashings that the president of CBC gets here at Parliament, but really the time for that is over. It's time for action. We really need to see some accountability in terms of some of these really important issues when it comes to public trust and employee safety.
Before we get to that conversation, which we want to show viewers some of those key moments that brought us to this day.
Sure.
And we've got a clip put together for you for, how the story has unfolded and why today's testimony matters. Take a look.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Tate, for being here today. One of the CBC shows that I will admit, as a conservative, I'd like to watch is Canada Tonight show, and of course, this features Travis Dhanraj. And I'm wondering, do you watch that show? All right, and then I'm a little bit curious as to why Mr. Dhanraj had this exchange with you, Ms. Tate. He tweeted on April 19th, 2024, at the time when the public broadcaster is under increasing scrutiny and when transparency is needed, Canada Tonight requested an interview with Catherine Tate. We wanted to discuss the new budget funding, what it means for jobs and the corporation's strategic priorities ahead. Our request was declined. This is unfortunate. Why did you decline Mr. Dhanraj's?
I was on annual leave. I wasn't available.
Okay. And then Mr. Dhanraj curiously tweeted on April 19th, 2020, after this tweet, he tweeted on May 2nd, my apologies, on May 2nd, 2024, he tweeted he was back on Canada Tonight, meaning he went into, he disappeared from the air for a week or 10 days there. Was this because of any type of repercussions? Because he was calling out you publicly, Ms. Tate?
I'm not aware of any repercussions, no.
Because just on the heels of my colleague Ms. Ashton's comments, I find it a little bit strange that one of your stars, and Mr. Dhanraj, calls you out publicly, and then he disappears from the air for a week or 10 days. And I would just like to point you to your own conflict of interest policy that says our standards do not change when the CBC or a partner of CBC becomes the public interest, becomes the story. Public interest guides our choices. Do you still stand by that statement?
Of course, and I just to be clear, I don't get involved in the programming and scheduling decisions in the newsroom, so I have to assume that there's a reason that occurred for Travis Dhanraj, but I'm not, again, involved in any of those discussions.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not a booking agent for Mr. Dhanraj, but I would assume that he would probably like to have you on the show again. If Mr. Dhanraj reached out to you, would you commit to going on to a show?
I will look at all invitations. As you can imagine, we have many, many shows, and that's just at CBC Radio-Canada. So I try to make myself available to as many as I can, given whatever's on the schedule at the time.
And just to finish up, you did give me a complete, rejection of my premise that perhaps there was something off the fact that Mr. Dhanraj was taken off the air shortly after calling out you publicly. Can you confirm right unequivocally to the committee that there were no reprisals or no negative outcomes to Mr. Dhanraj for his calling you out publicly for not appearing on his show?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, just to bring some context to that for people who are just watching, that was a past committee hearing. This is the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage that Travis is appearing before today. That was a past hearing with past President Catherine Tate. What this committee is specifically looking into is the broader health of mainstream media. It's got a particular focus on CBC, which you're going to be bringing. That's why they brought Catherine Tate to testify. And what she was saying, which is one of the it wasn't the starting point for you, but it was one of the big things that happened where you had approached Catherine Tate at the time when, there's a story about executive bonuses and you wanted her to appear on your show. And because of that public call out, you were disciplined for it.
Well, we had an editorial meeting, and I didn't make the request, but it was one of the Chase producers that made the request to Ms. Tate's office because there was this conversation going on about executive bonuses, and we wanted to ask her about that, and we wanted to ask her about broader issues with the public broadcaster. So I'm going into the studio on that day, and I get a note that, the request has been declined, and I thought to myself, well, that's unfortunate that, we're talking about public trust here. There should be transparency around some of these issues. And the then president, because she's not the president anymore, of CBC doesn't want to do an interview. That's unfortunate. So I tweeted 2 facts: that we requested an interview with her and that it was declined. It's unfortunate. What followed after that was just shocking to me. As I am a former journalist now, but I was a journalist when this all happened. It was absolutely shocking that I was pulled into a disciplinary hearing. There needs to be a separation between those that govern the corporation, has the corporation's interests in mind, and the news division. That is sacrosanct. The news division should have separation. So while I was going through all of this, I was my head was spinning because I'm like, am I in a twilight zone here? What kind of message does this send to other journalists in the newsroom that simply want to do their job and report the news? And Ms. Tate, her testimony, it was surprising to me as well, because I brought to Ottawa the receipts. And so we will be discussing this morning in my opening statement that, example there, but that really was kind of a bit of a breaking point. There were so many things that happened prior to that and after that, but it really was a shocking moment. Now, there is a new president of CBC, and I thought with the new president coming in, there would be some accountability around some of these issues, but there does not seem to be any change when it comes to really some of these fundamental issues that are core to people being able to do their jobs without fear of reprisal.
Travis, we're going to let you go in a few minutes because I know you have to head in. But
yeah, I do.
what to expect today, what you're, preview, what you're saying?
Sure. Yeah. Let me just say this before I take off, because I do have to head into the hearing. And I said this in the video that I did the other day. Some people will say this is a partisan issue, that you want to destroy the public broadcaster. I have said, the story, Carmen. I grew up watching the CBC, that I worked there when I was 19 years old on Jonavision. I used to walk around the CBC Broadcast Center in awe. And the heart of this organization, I would used to sneak into the newsroom when I was 19 years old just to look around, because it was this place that brought Canadians together. So this is not about whether or not you're a conservative or you're a liberal or NDP or Green or Bloc. It's about whether you're a Canadian and you want an institution in this country that has been around for 60 years to be able to, have trust when it comes to taxpayer dollars. It's $1.4 billion we're talking about here. And some of these issues around workplace culture, some of these issues around bias that exists, some of these issues about double standards, that should not happen in any workplace, let alone a public institution. So that's what I'll say. I'll have more to say coming up inside, and I'll talk to you as soon as we wrap up as well.
Okay, Travis, we're going to be watching. In the meantime, as Travis heads in, I did have a conversation yesterday with someone else. We've been getting a lot of, emails and messages from people who've had similar types of experiences as Travis, and wanting to share their experience with the CBC, at the CBC with us. One of those people, her name is Karen Johnson. Now, she's never met Travis. I've never met her either. She reached out to us after hearing Travis' story, and for the first time, so I want to show you that conversation I had with her a little bit earlier. Our next guest spent more than 25 years in television and radio, including more than a decade at the Weather Network and appearances on national programs like Canada AM. In 2017, she joined CBC as a weather specialist in Toronto. But after raising concerns about what she called a toxic workplace, less than a year later, she was dismissed. And after exhausting efforts through her union and internal management to raise the concerns, she made a direct appeal in 2018 to CBC President Catherine Tait. Now, she describes systemic problems inside the newsroom, including harassment, bullying, workplace culture, and management practices. She ultimately left the industry altogether. Now, she has never spoken with Travis before this week, but reached out just days ago saying she wanted to share her experience after seeing news of his story. I want to welcome Karen Johnson into this program now. Karen, thank you so much for being here. I told a little bit about your story where you say you joined CBC. It was a dream, but then within days starting, something happened. Tell us a little bit about that.
I think it was probably my first week. I think I saw a lot of red flags. I guess starting with, I actually had a friend who was doing traffic on the radio side of CBC, and she was having, going into sort of labor pains, and no one was going to take her to the hospital. And so I'm only there maybe in my second day. So I said, I'll take her. So I took her in a cab, and when I came back, I was asked, where have you been? Like, what are you doing? Where'd you go? And I said, well, I told you, and you told me to go take her to the hospital. And I did. So right from there, I just thought things were not normal. And then my first week on the radio side, it was probably icier than any sort of an ice box you could feel. People were not friendly, not welcoming. They were upset I got the job over, I guess, another employee that they considered probably a lot more credit to their name and who's doing the job previous. So there were a lot of red flags, but I thought, you know what, be a team player. You're new to the newsroom, make friends, just go with the flow. Don't cause issues.
You later described what you experienced as part of like a broader workplace culture problem, not just those specific incidents that you mentioned. What led you to believe that, and what was happening behind the scenes?
So when you're hired, if I don't know if anybody knows this, when you're hired at CBC or any other sort of newsroom, you have a 9-month probation. During that 9 months, things should be brought up to you if there's concerns or what have you. that usually what happens. I was actually days to my probation being over when I got called in to say that I wasn't standing in the right place of a weather green screen, which I've been doing for 25 years. I wasn't giving accurate information, but I've never had a complaint about my information. So all this started to tag on. I was humiliated in the newsroom when I was told to not go into studio, told to wait. I was berated. I was screamed at, and then told, what am I going to make things better to improve the situation? A situation that I didn't even cause. I was just doing what I was told to do. Things like that. I got written up for having a thick eyeliner on my makeup, on my face. And we had makeup artists who did our makeup. So that was a comment I had gotten from an executive producer. She's nice, but she wears too much eyeliner. Out of my hands. I was called a bimbo on day 10, that I sounded like a bimbo on the air. That was one of the criticisms that I had received. I'd never been called that in my life, even a brown Barbie, which was not great.
Was that from someone who supervised you?
Yes, that was actually my producer in day 10 on the job.
And that led you eventually to write to the president. Tell us about that.
Yes. So I went through the union. I went through the president. I had a case. I even hired an external lawyer. I was getting nowhere. And I thought, I have to bring it to somebody's attention, because honestly, I felt like I was in Alice in Wonderland, and you have all those mirrors and you see these doors and you think that there's an opening and there's a crack there and you can get through, and it's not. It's fake. It doesn't exist. And I was losing it. I was losing myself. I was yelling at my kids. I was taking it out on my family. I was spiraling. And I thought, what better thing to do? Let me just try and reach out and see if I can connect with someone, show them my proof, show them my evidence, because I kept a detailed account of everything. And the door just got slammed in my face. No one listened to me. No one heard me. I feel like I just got failed. I had a case. We were in arbitration. It was our turn. It was my turn to testify. And our union lawyer bailed.
I mean, it's been so many years, and I can still hear how this has affected you to this day. Would you talk a bit maybe about how this has taken a toll on your mental health, what it was like emotionally? I know you were talking a bit about like how it affected your home life, but talk to us a bit more about the impact.
There's nothing, like, I just didn't know what to do. I was at work. I got called in, and before I knew it, I didn't even have my belongings. I was showed the side door to CBC on Front Street. I didn't even know what hit me. I'll be very honest with you. I didn't understand. Just reading everything, going to the union, I didn't understand the cause for dismissal. The same things that they were trying to reprimand me on, I'd be looking and watching, looking at the social feeds, looking at the show. People were doing the worse or probably the exact same thing. And I couldn't put two together. I really couldn't. There's a lot of pretty pictures on the outside. And then when you get inside, you know what the real story is and how people are treated. There's a 2-tier system. And people who work hard, who are respectful, who want to be team players, they don't get recognized. And it's really sad, because the CBC has really taken the flame and extinguished so many great careers of journalists out there, from reporters to anchors to weather people, for no reason at all. And it's like a little high school. It's favorites. It's, if you go out for drinks with this one, they have that clique. I'm sorry, I'm past high school. I'm there to do a job, do it well, inform the Canadian people. The CBC needs to be just pivoting and understand what they're doing is wrong. And in some companies, illegal, what they do to people. And the fact that they are protected is just absolutely mind-blowing. Just mind-blowing. And we're not talking just simple black and white things. Like, these are things that are, you look at and go, am I crazy? you question everything about yourself. You question your credibility, you question your skills, you question your talent. You question everything about yourself, who you are, what you do. And no person should be put through that. Nobody.
Okay, Karen Johnson, we appreciate you sharing your story for the first time on Can't Be Censored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was taped a little bit earlier with Karen Johnson. She is a former CBC employee, and those are really tough things to hear. I, like Travis, was a former journalist working inside newsrooms. If you miss Karen, what she said, this is the first time she's spoken out publicly. She talked about being called a brown Barbie, being called a bimbo, being berated in the newsroom in front of all her colleagues, and the impact that that had on her in her career, which ultimately led her to quit journalism altogether. You know, in that interview, to this day, she still sort of questions herself. And it's the same thing with Travis, where it's like, you know, am I seeing things the right way? Is it just me, or does anyone else see this? So, that's kind of like the common thread that I've kind of seen through this, but both have come to the realization that what they experienced was real, and they want to share their experiences, and that's what Travis is doing today in Ottawa. So for all of you that are joining us, I think we've got about 1,000 people with us. Good morning. My name is Carmen Wong. I am one of the co-hosts of Can't Be Censored. Travis, as you know, is the other co-host, and he is in Ottawa today. We spoke a little bit earlier. What he's doing is at 11 o'clock, we'll bring this to you live. He is inside of a parliamentary committee. It is called the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. And what these committees do is they look at particular issues related to their topics. So this committee, the Heritage Committee, this session is health of mainstream media in Canada. So that encompasses print, broadcasts, digital news. And there's a special focus on CBC's funding and mandate, given that they're funded by taxpayers, by the government, to the tune of over $1 billion. So that is what we are looking forward to at 11 o'clock. We've got a lot of great interviews set up for you. We've got Catherine Marshall, who is Travis's lawyer, coming up. I also have Brian Lilly, who you might know as a Sun columnist, speaking to us. We've got Colby Hall, who is the founding editor of Mediaite in the US, and he talks about the intersection of politics. We've got Travis right after his testimony, talking to us as well about what that was like. And you know, there's been a lot said publicly. Travis has put a lot out there publicly on our podcast. In particular, he's not done any interviews. And I know that he had said, well, I'm going to be speaking in front of committee under parliamentary privilege. And a lot of people took issue with that. So they said, people were saying, well, why did you have to wait for parliamentary privilege to talk about this? And the reason why, Travis will explain, is because he wants to actually name names. And when you do that against someone who may work at a bigger corporation, you expose yourself to the possibility of legal action. And so when you testify before Parliament, you're protected under this parliamentary privilege, supposedly. And so what you say there can't be used against you in a legal way. So that is what he meant by it. I know some people had questions of that. Part of what he was fighting for and his dispute with the CBC had to do with not only workplace culture, but you know, he says discrimination, editorial control. And we've got some clips of you know, some of the things that he did on air with his show, because he tried to bring a
Laura, listen, I appreciate you doing this interview. I think, it's interesting to hear your perspective from being in the inner circle, but a lot of people in this country and yours would not agree with that view. They think that, another potential Trump presidency would be disastrous. What do you say to people, not only in the United States, but here in Canada, that have that view of the situation?
Well, I would ask them, what is it that they thought was such a disaster the first time around? Was it that, people were prospering here in America, unlike we'd seen in many decades? You had things like manufacturing coming back, historic trade agreements with, Canada and Mexico, historic trade agreements with China. As I just alluded to, the Abraham Accords in the Middle East, 2 meetings with Kim Jong-un to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. How about an energy policy that made us energy independent and gave us strength on the world stage? Those were very important things. So I think my question would be, how was life for you as an American citizen or perhaps as a Canadian citizen when Donald Trump was in office? And if you take the tweets that people didn't like out of it and perhaps his personality out of it, and people are very honest, I don't think, Travis, there's a whole lot that people could say negative. In fact, I think you're going to see a lot of people who voted for Joe Biden in this country in 2020 coming over to vote for Donald Trump in 2024.
I can't let you go without asking about the upcoming trials and the court cases. Do you think that those are going to have a negative impact? And do you know if your father-in-law is going to testify in the defamation trial?
Well, I'll leave all the specifics, of course, to the lawyers. But what I can tell you is that people in this country have had what I believe is probably an inverse reaction to the intention of all of these indictments. The reality is Donald Trump is going to be the Republican nominee. It is time for Joe Biden and his Department of Justice to do away with all of these indictments. I think a lot of people in this country feel like the goal of them was to deter Donald Trump, to perhaps throw mud his way and tell anyone who might potentially support him, this might not be the guy for you. And it's actually, Travis, had the inverse effect of that. Every single indictment has gone up with his poll numbers, especially after that mugshot in Georgia. Poll numbers through the roof. I think the people of this country who feel that this system here is not working for them understands that that same system is working against Donald Trump. Why all of the effort against one man? Why the attempt to keep one guy so much out of the White House? I think it only rallies support behind him. And I think you're going to see proof of that tomorrow in New Hampshire. You'll see it in Nevada, South Carolina, and I believe you'll see it on November 5th when he's elected as the 47th president.
Well, we shall see about that. No doubt who you are backing. Lara Trump, appreciate the time tonight. That is Lara Trump joining us from Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay, so that was a old clip of Travis's show, Canada Tonight. He had Laura Trump on. That was one of the people he was permitted to have on, but he will tell you in his testimony today, there was a lot of pushback when it came to having a diversity of voices, different perspectives of political leanings on his program. So that's what we wanted to show you from that clip. Again, just if you're joining us, I want to remind you, you're watching Can't Be Censored. This is a live stream, a live broadcast leading up to the testimony at 11 o'clock, which we will stream live here on our channel. There's a comments button for you if you want to send a comment. If you want to send a question for me or for Travis, I will make sure we read that and get back to you either on the broadcast or afterwards. But right now, I want to bring in someone who is very experienced in these sorts of issues. Catherine Marshall is an employment and human rights lawyer. She's the founding partner of Marshall Law, and she also happens to be Travis's lawyer. Catherine, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so Travis has his case before the Human Rights Commission, but in the meantime, he's also testifying in front of this parliamentary committee. So how do those two things, work together?
Well, today is going to be a huge day because Travis is able to speak freely about the case and the evidence and name names under the protection of parliamentary privilege. So the case, the Human Rights Commission case, is continuing to proceed, and that will keep going. And we'll see what the CBC has to say after today.
I mean, what their line has been, Catherine, is just, they deny everything. They don't agree with his accounting of things, that, they stand behind their news and their employees. And so they're already giving us a sense of that they're going to dispute most of what he's claiming. But maybe you can take us, because you've been through this process before, take us through like kind of what a committee hearing might look like for Travis. Like, does he, do an opening statement? What happens?
For the committee hearing or the human rights hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
The committee hearing. He'll get to do an opening statement, and then he'll be asked questions by the parliamentarians who are there, and then the members of parliament will be able to ask him really anything that they want. And this committee hearing is about a study that's going on into the CBC. So it will be the first of numerous committee meetings. But I think we can expect that Travis is going to be very uncensored. And look, there's a lot of intimidation that happens in these kinds of cases. Oftentimes, people get threatened with lawsuits for defamation, and they get intimidated. And we know in Travis's case, the CBC desperately wanted him to sign a gag order. They wanted to muzzle him. Today is their worst nightmare. The idea that he gets to sit there in Parliament really saying exactly what happened to him and telling the truth, I think is the last thing they wanted to see happen. So if there's power in today in being able to just tell the truth and not be sued for it or not be intimidated for it. So I'm very looking forward to today.
And maybe you can just bring us up to speed on some of the key points in Travis's claim that's going to go before the Human Rights Commission, without going into too much detail, but the broad strokes in terms of what you'll be arguing.
Yeah, so his claim is for discrimination. We're going to be arguing that the CBC created a very toxic and discriminatory work environment for Travis, that they recruited him as a token. They expected him to espouse a certain point of view as a racialized person. And when he didn't, they retaliated against him, and they didn't allow him to have freedom of speech or voice or thought or opinion. And then they essentially drove him out on a leave and tried to force him to sign an NDA and tried to force him to basically give in to whatever they wanted. And those are going to be the core issues of the claim. And we do expect it's going to go to a hearing, and there'll be a lot of witnesses. We plan on subpoenaing many people from the CBC to come speak. And we have a lot of former CBC employees who want to speak out as well. So it's going to be a significant hearing.
Okay, Catherine Marshall, I appreciate your time. Catherine is Travis's lawyer. She's a founding partner at Marshall Law and an employment human rights lawyer. Right now, I want to bring in Colby Hall. Colby is the founding editor of Mediaite. It is a top US-based website covering the intersection of media and politics. Colby, appreciate you being here. Hi. Okay, I think. Okay, I don't know. I can't hear Colby, but maybe that's on my end. And he's our producer. He'll send me a quick note to let me know. But while we're trying to get that up and going, I'll just say, Colby doesn't know the ins and outs of what's about to happen here at Parliament. But my co-host, Travis Dhanraj, is testifying before a parliamentary committee. And this parliamentary committee, it is called the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. We just shortened that to the Heritage Committee. They're looking at the broader health of mainstream media in Canada. That can include print and broadcast and digital news, and a specific look at public funding of the broadcaster. And I think we have Colby back with Colby.
Can you hear me now?
I can. How are you?
Good. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I just reloaded. Magically worked.
So I thought we'd chat with you about, so Travis and I both come from mainstream media.
Right.
I left a lot earlier. Travis left a short time ago. And today we're doing this special live coverage because he's testifying before a parliamentary committee about his experiences at the public broadcaster. It's called the CBC, which the government funds to the tune of over $1 billion here. And so at issue is, trust in traditional journalism, and also kind of, where audiences are going is what I want to cover with you, because we're podcasting, we're on YouTube, we're doing all sorts of things that aren't, mainstream media. And that seems to be the direction of most things now, where people are heading and tuning into.
100%. It's a really sort of disruptive and confusing time for media in general. And, the Travis story is a fascinating one. There are parallels to what happened in the United States with Uri Berliner and NPR, and allegations of sort of, not necessarily bias, but a lack of diversity of voices. I think the situation in Canada is different, of course, because CBC plays such a more central role in the media landscape, whereas NPR is more sort of, that created more of a broader conversation about sort of media bias in general. But what all this does is it sort of, we've entered this weird sort of through the looking glass, where we are assessing how stories are reported and not just the stories that are being reported. And there is a real crisis of trust with legacy media. Some of it is earned. Some of it is as a result of like long-term and really effective rhetorical attacks on outlets that are pretty specious, those attacks. But in that kind of ugly milieu has been this sort of wonderful rise of independent outlets. And the independent outlets like this and many others, is a dual-edged sword. What's great about it is you can find reliable outlets that are well-informed and smart and have a strong point of view. Of course, there's also the sort of more pernicious side of it, of independent outlets that just go for kind of zazzy clickbait and may not, they sort of pollute the reservoir of information in a toxic way. So it's a good news, bad news thing. But I think, big picture, we're going through this massive, massive transformation in a very short period of time. It's as if sort of the printing press was, invented and they had 5 years to create guardrails. We don't, right? Like between the rise of independent media, social media, AI, algorithms, like we all feel pretty untethered. And it's what makes Travis's testimony so fascinating, because it's getting to the essence of what are facts and what is truth.
Yeah, and I think Travis and I take great pains to say that we're not journalists anymore. Like there is a need for journalism. There is a need for people who gather facts and report them in an objective way. That's not what we're doing. But there's also, a lot of local news deserts in the country, in US and in America and in Canada, where people don't have access to what's happening inside their community. So there is a need for journalism, for local news. And that's why, the CBC, the argument Travis is making is not that we need to defund it, that we need to get rid of it, but we need to make sure we improve, the workplace culture, but also, any sort of perceived bias. And, part of that, I want to ask you about whether people have an issue with CBC being funded by the government, but is it any better when things are funded by big corporations? Is like, what's the trade-off there?
Well, they're similar. Honestly, like if you watch, I cover US media. And so as a result, like the vacuum of sort of political leadership has been filled with sort of loud voices on cable news. And so, to our previous conversation, I think we're sort of seeing the end of the golden era of cable news, which is probably good. But cable news, for example, is largely funded. If you watch any cable news for any extended period of time, you're just washed over with just sort of a raft of pharmaceutical commercials. In the US, that's okay and that's legal. And guess what is never really covered on cable news? Anything critical about sort of pharmaceutical industry. And so to your point, like when big corporations who aren't necessarily committed to journalistic standards are looking to sort of make money and fuel their big corporations, they are dispassionate about that. They don't really care necessarily. They should be fact-based and often are fact-based, but often turn into analysis. And, and the decisions, getting to culture, the decisions of bias aren't necessarily saying someone on the left is bad and someone on the right is bad or anything like that. It's more about choosing what not to cover, right? You see it on conservative media in the United States. Well, they'll never say anything critical about President Trump. He wore a cap during the sort of service at Dover when fallen soldiers arrived. Had that happened under a Democratic president, that would have been outrage for a week nonstop. So to your question, I think when the government funds something like CBC or NPR, like, I think it raises a different set of questions. And I think it's what makes Travis's sort of complaint so interesting. And what I thought was really smart about his complaint is that it's a cultural thing, that there is a tendency for newsrooms and networks to have a level of groupthink that they're not even aware of. And as our audience becomes really balkanized with like sort of more, across the spectrum, it becomes increasingly important to be fact-based and truth-oriented, but also share voices that you may not agree. It's sort of what the heterodox is, like make it a marketplace of ideas where you can hear other people, as long, again, as it's responsible and it's fact-based, then that's, I think, responsible journalism. The other thing I have to say, and I hate to even bring it up, but we're in this weird kind of post-truth world. Journalism is a fact-based, purely objective thing. And I'm not sure in a postmodern world that exists to the degree that we'd like for it to believe. That you can always find bias in anything. And I think we are really struggling with some navel-gazing obsession of people wanting to find problems when there aren't. Like, you can't please all the people all the time. So this testimony today, and I'm not fluent necessarily in Canadian media landscape, but it's fascinating because it's really about how we consume media in general internationally.
Okay, Colby Hall, appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. Okay, next up, we want to bring in Conservative MP Phil Lawrence. Phil, good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning. How are you, Carmen?
Good. And we actually played a clip of you earlier this morning on our broadcast. It was you questioning Catherine Tate in a previous session of this committee. And so that was you. We'll just tell people that clip that we played. And today you're taking part in the committee again. So let us know kind of what you'll be talking about and what you expect today and how it's been going in terms of this study.
Yeah, so first off, I remember that testimony, that exchange with Catherine Tate about Travis, and it really goes to, I think, some of the heart of what Mr. Dhanraj has been talking about on Can't Be Censored and other places, is to, if you're going to hold yourself out as a journalist, if you're going to hold yourself out as a national broadcaster, one who's responsible for telling truth to Canadians, you have to hold yourself accountable. And the look on Catherine Tate's face when I asked her about what was going on with Travis Dhanraj at the time, of course, he had asked her to appear on his show. And I don't know if the video really captures it, but being in the room there, you're an interviewer, so you would realize this. But there's when you have someone there who's completely flat-footed, you can just sort of read it in their face, right? And she was completely, it appeared to me, I don't want to cast aspersions, but it appeared to me that there was something not right. I guess I'll put it that way. And so I'm really looking forward to Travis's testimony. I won't actually be asking Travis any questions today, but I am very much looking forward to him, Mr. Dhanraj, telling his story. And of my 6-year career, that interaction with Ms. Tate, it is one of those vivid memories I have in those 6 years of her sort of being completely flat-footed and me thinking something is definitely not right here.
Yeah, and through all this, I mean, I think Travis and I are both, we're not necessarily proponents of like defund the CBC, get rid of it, all of it's bad, but there are problems within it that need to be addressed for having, being the recipient of over $1 billion worth of government funding. So I'm wondering from, the Conservative Party's perspective, where do you stand in terms of, how things go forward with the CBC, their funding, and what are your expectations from them?
Yeah. So number one, we of course campaigned in the last campaign about defunding the CBC. But I would tell folks that my problem with the CBC didn't want to end it either. But if they are going to be receiving over $1 billion, I think they're up to almost $1.5 billion in taxpayer dollars, just like any other organization that receives funding, from a hospital to a childcare, they have to be accountable to the people of Canadians, to the Canadian people. And quite frankly, Ms. Tate's answers were extremely evasive, and CBC continues to not be fully forthright about what's going on. And that's what, like every other Canadian should be, I'm very interested in hearing what Mr. Dhanraj has to say at Heritage Committee. So.
Yeah, and I think with my previous guest, we were talking a little bit about the decline of traditional media, the decline of traditional journalism, but also the need to have like journalism, to have local news, to have some of that. And at the committee today, the witnesses also include Unifor, includes News Media Canada. It's got 2 digital news startups, and you represent a rural Ontario riding. And so where do you kind of see the future of journalism, of mainstream media, of that sort of thing, from someone who represents a rural riding who may not have access to coverage like we do in big cities?
Yeah, my own belief is that no one has a monopoly on the truth, and that often the best way of sort of filtering out the truth is to get it through multiple different sources. And so I heard your last interview. It was excellent about the gentleman was talking about the balkanization of our media, and the fact that what's going on now is that many people across the country are just hearing from select sources. I would encourage everyone to step out of their echo chamber and hear from multiple. You shouldn't be just listening to the CBC. You shouldn't just be listening to one particular podcaster. You need to get a variety of sources so that you can get a full picture of what's been going on. And so, like I said, it's trite to say at this point that the echo chambers sort of put us all, so we all think we only know that bit of the truth. We really need that wide variety. And once again, for news outlets like the CBC and many others, quite frankly, who are receiving government money, there must be accountability. There must be transparency.
Okay, I'm not going to keep you. I know you're trying to get into committee as well. So
I've got a vote actually to get to.
I look forward to speaking to you maybe at some other point in time.
Anytime. Thanks very much.
Okay, take care. Okay, next up, I want to bring in Brian Lilly. Brian is a veteran of Canadian media. He is currently part of the Sun News Network. He has built one of the most followed independent conservative media presences here in this country through his Substack and through his YouTube channel, Lilly Unleashed, and a friend of the show. Brian, hi, how are you?
Good to see you. And a long time ago, wrote a book all about CBC and the problems with it.
I didn't know that. How old is that book?
2012 it came out.
Is there anything in there that's changed, or is that different from what you wrote?
Well, the listening to you speak with Colby and then with Phil, and Phil was talking about Catherine, not disturb. Talking about Catherine Tate showing up at committee and being dismissive, there's whole chapters in there. At one point, the largest libel settlement in Canadian history was with CBC and a doctor out of Ottawa, who they smeared his reputation, claimed he was taking his findings were because he was taking trips from a pharmaceutical company. Was proven that wasn't true. He asked for a simple apology. They refused to admit they did anything wrong. And so they ended up having to pay $1 million because they wouldn't say sorry. When I first started with The Sun in 2010, CBC had just become subject to the Access to Information Act. And, there were limits. You can't find out about their journalism or sources or things like that. But how the business is run, they were supposed to be like any government department. And there was a stack of ATIPs that our company had paid for, but it was all nothing. They wouldn't admit to anything. And so I made that the story. At one point, Carmen, Hubert Lacroix, the then head of CBC, was hauled before committee and asked why they were claiming that they ran the entire network with one Ford sedan and one truck. Because we just asked a simple question. How many vehicles does CBC own or lease for their network? Everything was redacted except they admitted to one sedan. It was like a a Ford Taurus or something and one truck. Yeah, they just wouldn't admit to basic things that everyone else is supposed to do. And I remember writing at the time, if CBC is allowed to get away with this, then every other department will learn and the access to information program will become worse. Well, guess what? CBC wasn't held to account. That was under a conservative government, definitely not under the Trudeau Liberals. And the access to information system that journalists rely on has become worse. You find out less information, it takes you longer, they charge you more. Everyone learned from CBC you can get away with ignoring the public, ignoring those pesky journalists.
Why do you think that they operate like that? Like, without transparency, they do receive so much government money. Is it like a culture thing? Is it systemic? Is it like sometimes maybe there's nothing even to hide? Like, why would it be a big deal to tell people? People expect businesses to be run with vehicles. It's not something that you may necessarily need to hide. Why do you think there is this culture of secrecy?
There's an arrogance with CBC that you don't find elsewhere. Now, look, I've never been employed by CBC, but I have worked for Bell Media, the old Chum setup. I think the only major private one I haven't worked for is Rogers, and each major corporation has their own way of doing things, their own views, but CBC just operates on a different level. And so over the years, a lot of their journalists have been frustrated with the secrecy, and long before, we're not just talking about Travis. Some of my best sources for CBC stories over the years have been people inside CBC. I remember talking to one outside of the Ottawa headquarters, and they just pointed at the building and said, "You've got 12 floors of paper pushers in there. No one knows what they're doing." Compared to the folks that are actually on the air, whether on radio or TV. But yeah, it's this systemic culture of arrogance. They don't owe the public anything. Think of how many times CBC has done stories about misdoing, bad treatment of employees, sexual harassment of employees. And they are holier than thou. And yet we know these things have happened inside CBC. One of the access to information requests that I got was almost entirely redacted. I believe it was 14. We asked for, in a very specific time frame, just the cases of sexual harassment in Ottawa, Toronto, and Montreal. Got back 1,400 pages, almost all redacted. There was one email that they didn't take everything out of, and it was two of the HR people that have to deal with this saying, "Oh, sorry, I got confused. Too many cases." That they are holier than thou if it's the Mounties or somebody else. And look, all of this stuff should be called out, but they deny that it exists in their own environment when we know it absolutely does. And I got to tell you, it's 10:53, and I'm looking forward to Travis testifying soon and seeing what he spills the beans on. You and I have heard the stories elsewhere. Don't know if I'm frozen or you're frozen.
Madam Chair.
Okay, I think we're having a bit of issue with the connection with Brian. So I want to thank Brian really for joining us. He has been a guest on Travis's show when he had it on the CBC. Brian, you saw him holding up that book. He had written about the problems with the CBC long before we started talking about them. He said he wrote that book in 2012, I think it was. Oh, we've got Brian back.
Sorry about that.
If Brian can hear me.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it might be my connection, actually. Sorry about that. So I want to take you back to Travis a bit and what's happening with him, because you were a guest on his program when he was on the CBC, and that came as a surprise to you to be allowed to be on the CBC at that time.
So he called me to tell me about the show, and I guess it would have been December 2023, and I was driving around California with my wife, and he's on speaker and he knows her as well. And he says, "I've got the show and I want you to come on." And I started laughing out loud. And he said, "No, I'm serious." I said, "Travis, they will never let me on CBC television." I think I'd been on once or twice when I was part of a story that was central to being able to tell the story. But, CBC, over the years, they have all kinds of different journalists and opinion makers and columnists on, but they don't have me on. And I've done pre-interviews, and the pre-interview that they do, for folks that don't know this, they will interview you ahead of time to find out what you're going to say, and then if they don't like it, they cut you. And I always cut before broadcast. Travis' show did not do the pre-interviews. I love that. But he said, "I'm serious. They told me I could have you on." And I said, "If you can get me on, I will show up just for you." And I was maybe 4 times on the show, around there. And it created too much controversy for people that didn't like to hear other points of view. I was on there with people that I disagreed with, but we were all cordial and we were all respectful. I mean, you watch the show, you would have discussions, real discussions. And, I remember mixing it up real good with Garth Singh on the couch one day. Whatever we were debating, we had a real debate about it. And then at the end, it was like, "Oh, good to see you." Shook hands. We walked to the subway together, and chatted about life and our families. So they allowed me on, and others that were irritating to part of the CBC audience, because talking about silos, they really just like to have a silo mentality, very narrow band of what's allowed. The audience complained a lot, and Travis would show me the text messages, the tweets, everything that he would get for daring to have not just me, but other people with views that don't neatly match up with CBC.
And Brian, I'll just read. We got this from a current employee, a message to us today. It says, "The CBC's political bias is an open secret. No honest person can deny
Sure.
to start speaking to all Canadians and end the sanctimonious march towards irrelevance." And by the way, I just got a message from Travis as well that CBC has sent a camera to his testimony to cover it. So I wonder what you think about this idea. So from this employee, their political bias is no. Oh, do we have Travis? Travis then? Okay, Travis.
Does he know he's on?
Hey, I can hear you guys. It's very low. I'm getting my AirPods, but I just wanted to update you. Hey, Brian, how's it going?
I'm excited
on what is going on. There's a vote in the House right now, so there's a bit of a delay, and so the chair, Lisa Hapner from the Liberals, is in the room right now, and some of the other panelists that will be on. It's quite a large panel today, but they're just waiting for some of the other members that are still in the House. So I just heard like a little bit of a snippet of your commentary, but Brian, you have been on the show before. You know that this was not something that was just about getting conservatives on. It was about having a diversity of opinion.
And I love that.
So it really was a shame that they decided to cancel the panel. I got my AirPods now, so I'll probably be able to hear you guys better.
There you go. Technology. It's wonderful. Are you connected?
Yes.
Is this the first day with your iPhone, buddy?
I got you guys now. Yeah, so I can hear you. Sorry, I'm used to having a network, Brian. So I'm a network orphan now, my friend. But no, I mean, listen, as I was saying, right, that this was about having a diversity of perspectives. It was about actually reflecting the true Canadian conversation, and not in an Ottawa bubble way. A lot of these, panels that we see are in the Ottawa bubble. It's insiders talking to insiders. I wanted to pop that bubble and actually have the real conversation. So, some of the things that happen behind the scenes, which I'm going to get into when we get into the committee here, were very problematic in terms of some of the decisions that were made around that panel, which I have actually never revealed before. But I mean, I guess I would ask you, what was your experience on the panel? I had you on time with Sheila Copps and Faye Johnstone. That's a pretty, I don't know if you can get further on the ideological spectrum than Brian Lilly and Faye Johnstone.
Look, it was a respectful conversation. We all said our pieces. We debated. I can tell you from my experience with Sheila Copps on X, not always respectful. And that's from her end. And I've known her a long time because I'm from Hamilton. She's a Hamilton MP. And I covered her when she was still in cabinet. So we've known each other a long time. She can get really pointy elbows on X. We had a respectful discussion on your show.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that is also something, you make a good point, because I think that was, things can get very heated on social media. People can be keyboard warriors. I'm sure she would say the same thing about you sometimes. She would have criticism.
Yeah, I sometimes have elbows up.
Yeah, but it's a different thing when you're there in person, or where you're in a format where everybody is there together having a conversation. And I think it was a very Canadian panel, because you could have it out, and then you could leave maybe hearing even a bit of what the other person said, and changing the perspective that you might have a little bit. And that's what we need. We are in silos right now, right? So, I mean, it was a shame. And I think that, there were several panelists that put an op-ed out after saying that it was unfortunate that CBC did that.
Yeah.
That's just one of the many issues. There's a Canadian human rights complaint with the commission right now. Those go to systemic issues of tokenism, right? I mean, essentially, this is what the case argues, that if you're going to give somebody a show with their face and their name, don't make them just a teleprompter reader. And that's essentially what I became. And I'm like, I'm not here to be a teleprompter reader. If you're elevating somebody to this level, they should have a voice.
That was my experience, is when I've had shows, and on radio and television, hosted shows where it's built around you and your personality. You have to let your personality show. And, every outlet, you're playing in someone else's sandbox. So every outlet has, the measurements, or the sides of the sandbox. You play in that sandbox, but it shouldn't be as constraining as what you were dealing with. You were talking about getting voices on that you don't hear elsewhere. I had a really popular video chat. I don't call mine podcast because I don't have a schedule, and I don't do it regularly like you guys do. So I just invite people on for chats and I post them. And on my Substack, I had on Keith Wilson, who's from Alberta. He's a leader in the separatist movement. We've talked to each other before. Smart guy. We completely disagree. But I had him on to say, okay, you tell your point of view. I'm going to explain why I disagree with you. It was incredibly popular, and people liked hearing the different viewpoints. You don't really get that. You get people denouncing Alberta separatism, or diminishing it. They're all yahoos, idiots, rednecks. Keith's a King's Counsel lawyer, very smart guy. Wrong, but smart.
But it's important. It's very important what you're saying, to have folks that disagree with you, to have conversations with them. Even when we were figuring out the lineup for this show, I was talking to our producer, and what about this person? They disagree with you. I said, that's great. Excellent. Let's have another perspective on the show. I am not, fragile in terms of hearing what other people think. If they don't agree with what's going on, we have to engage with folks that we disagree with to get to a conversation where there can be a consensus in terms of just what's fact, what's fiction. And I just think that it's lacking right now, because the way the algorithm works, you're just fed the same kind of news over and over again. So anyway, I gotta get back in there. Carmen.
Okay,
Hi, Carmen.
Hi. No, my signal's no good. Okay, I'll see you later.
Okay.
It could be
We'll
a while.
talk to you guys. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit. I got to go.
It's okay. Bye. But Brian, just to bring, I see people kind of like tuning in more. We're getting our numbers are ticking up because they're expecting this committee to get started at 11 o'clock. But we're hearing from Travis that there is some sort of vote going on, so that's why it's been delayed a bit. Brian, are you okay to hang out a bit longer, or do you?
I can stay for a little bit. The votes isn't being called for another 20 minutes, so this is
Oh
going to
boy.
be a bit. I'm just pulling up Parleview
Yeah,
as we
have it
talk.
here on our feed as well, and I'm checking it out. And
So yeah, the committee hearing hasn't started, and for those who know Parliament, they're ringing the bells, they call it. There's a fun tradition. They do it over at Queen's Park, where my office is now. But when they're calling people to vote, they ring bells and lights flash so that MPs or MPPs know that they have to go to the chamber, even though a lot of them are just going to vote on their phones. You were both on both sides. You worked in politics and you covered it. Do you like this voting on your phone thing?
I mean, listen, if you're gonna vote, you should be able to vote in person, I think. Like, it's not too much to ask, and votes don't happen all the time, right? Like, it's like if there's like a super big exception, like you're in labor, you're gonna have a baby. Okay, let's have you vote by proxy. But otherwise, maybe show up to vote.
Um, I I forget if it was a Justin Trudeau news conference. I think it was a Trudeau one before he left. And of course, they brought it in for the pandemic, but it stuck around. We're at a news conference, and the vote came up, and they had to pause the news conference, and they all stepped aside from the microphone, just like 2 steps aside, and they're on their phones and swiping and hitting a button. And this is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Uh, Go to the chamber, be in the, if it's an important vote, be
Yeah.
there, and you can figure it out.
Yeah, with some small exceptions. Okay, let's just. I want to get this heritage committee because it's like they're talking about other things. It's not just the CBC, but and they're talking about kind of the health of mainstream media, and they're talking about like CBC's funding, which has become the flashpoint. And I wonder if like do conservatives want to see the CBC go? Like, is that kind of the end goal? Like, what is
Well,
what's the point?
you heard from Phil there, and if you listen to Pierre Poilievre, they've kind of backed away from some of that
Yeah,
because of the they lost the last election. But I'll say this: during the election, in the lead up to the election, and during the election, every time Pierre Poilievre stood up and said, "And we'll defund CBC," it would be the loudest applause line. It is very popular with a large part of the base. And the reason for that is the inherent bias. It's not just a soft liberal bias, it's a hard, capital L liberal bias. The first person that I ever heard complain about media bias on the Hill, by the way, when I got there 21 years ago, was a young NDP staffer who said it's ridiculous the way we get treated, and the whole gallery just loves the liberals. When I was in the gallery, there were 308 people there, I believe is the number. A third of them were from CBC.
wow, really?
Yeah, but that includes producers, camera techs, reporters,
Got an
everyone.
office inside Ottawa.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people that cover the Hill, or used to be a lot of people that cover the Hill. So about a third of them were CBC or Radcan, and you get to know each other over years of standing around in scrums waiting for things to happen. As you know, what do journalists do? Hurry up and wait for politicians, and so you can kind of guess or judge what people's politics are. And in the gallery, it was rare to find conservatives or people that would be open to the conservative ideas. Far more likely to find a New Democrat. Inside CBC, that's even more concentrated. And so the conservative voting base, a lot of them just look at it and say, this thing is is too biased. If they took it seriously and tried to fix it, I think people would be less angry and demanding that it be shut down. But, you know, there's a couple of decent conservatives that go on CBC on Power and Politics, but they try and keep the band pretty narrow. And David Cochrane argues with everything that the person representing the conservative side says and amplifies everything the liberal person says.
Yeah.
People notice that.
Mhm.
You know, if David wants to just admit that he really likes liberals and liberal policies, he'd be a more interesting host. But if you're going to be neutral, because that's the type of host I've been before, Carmen. Like people know that I lean conservative way, but doesn't mean I don't pick on the other side. Just ask, Doug Ford had his government on the front page of the Sun yesterday morning, beating them up over the LCBO stuff. And, I'm going to see Peter Bethlen-Falvey, the minister I was picking on. He's speaking at the Empire Club. That's the thing I've got to go to in a little bit. I'm going to see him after giving him bruises on his shins that I was kicking yesterday. But you've got to be calling out both sides. They don't do that there. I don't find that they're two main.
You
Sorry?
and the hosts, the difference between you and the hosts on the CBC, like you are like, it's been a media literacy here, right? Like you're a columnist, so you're allowed to have an opinion.
Yeah.
Right. They're supposed to be more objective, right? So there's a difference.
Okay, so let me pick on someone that used to work at CBC, then worked with me at Bell Media. Always claimed to be neutral. Was anyone surprised when Evan Solomon, the former host of Power and Politics, announced he was running for the Carney Liberals?
Right.
No.
I get
so we know their politics, but they won't admit it, pretend they're neutral. But then, it's how they interact. And if you are constantly fact checking the opposition, but not the government, because, well, the government's liberal and the opposition's conservative, then the people that support the conservatives are going to be saying, hey, wait a minute, I'm fine with you fact checking. Is what they're saying correct? But what about doing it to the other guys, the guys that are actually in power? And they don't have that balance. I would say that Vasha Kapelos, who hosts the Power Play over at CTV, pushes back against all sides. She annoys an awful lot of politicians because she does that, but that's her job. And, to the politicians to get angry at me when I cause them headaches, I'm not your friend, and I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to do a job. And so do that job. And I think you can look at Vashi at CTV. You can look at Mercedes Stevenson at Global. She's way on mat leave right now. They do that. The folks at CBC do not. They're not fair and balanced, to use the Fox News term.
I want to read another comment we got in from a former CBC employee. In my view, the problems at the CBC are about ideology, not about partisanship. During my years at CBC, I observed that the majority of its workforce came from the same demographic: urban, university educated, secular, and politically progressive. Hiring practices and other internal policies from CBC leadership reinforce this uniformity of worldview, contributing to an unhelpful form of groupthink that ignored or dismissed other views and distracted from the CBC mandate to reflect all Canadians forge.
So
I would say that's like Travis. Well, he has said in the past that when they hired him, they thought they would be getting that, right?
Oh, they thought they were, as he said to me, they thought they were getting a specific type of brown guy. Hey,
Right.
He's a brown guy. He's got to be, just like us. Oh, you have different thoughts? You don't line up neatly? I think they were shocked when they hired him. And, Travis's views on all kinds of things are all over the map. It's what makes him interesting. But what you described, I've heard it put this way: CBC likes to broadcast to the deepest, darkest parts of the annex in Toronto, which, for people that don't know, that aren't from Toronto, is a leafy, wealthy neighborhood near the University of Toronto.
Is that where you live? Is that where you live?
No,
Brian?
I am Yorkville adjacent.
No, I'm not sure that's much better.
I live right near Queen's Park. Everyone that follows me on social media knows that, because I post videos walking around with my dog talking about politics. The dog doesn't talk about politics. Then I'd be very wealthy, because that would be something. So there's a clip that you can find on CBC's archives. It's on their own website, and it dates back to, I think, 1960. And there was a young MP from Thunder Bay, before it was even called Thunder Bay, named Doug Fisher. Doug Fisher went on to become a columnist for the Toronto Telegram and then the Toronto Sun. And a bunch of his sons worked in political journalism as well. But back then, Doug was a CCF MP. So it's before the NDP ever got in. And he's doing an interview with CBC on the Hill, and he's been complaining about them. And he described something very similar to what your viewer had written in. And they said, well, what's your problem with CBC? And he said, it's a metropolitanism. And they said, well, what do you mean by that? He said, they only broadcast to that triangle, the one I mentioned earlier, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and they don't think about the rest of the country. I would say that on CBC radio, they do a better job of that, of touching into smaller communities across the country. But look, this is a problem, and it's not just CBC. It is a problem with a lot of our legacy media, is that they don't think about that. Yeah, this is a big country, and you've got to get around and see it. I am a downtown Toronto urban elitist latte sipper sushi eater, sure, but I get out across the country and visiting small town Saskatchewan, not always by choice. Got to go where family is, but get out there. I've been on both coasts in the last little while. I'm fortunate enough to be able to travel. Some people can't, but the media is too focused, and I think that's what your writer was saying there, is that it broadcasts to a smaller version of Canada than we should be seeing.
If you can hear me, that's Brian.
I see you twice now.
You're the new host of Can't Be Censored. Apparently, you're going to be.
Apparently, you're. Well, I do have to run shortly, so I won't be able to continue hosting. But happy to help out here when I know what it's like to have to dance on a live show.
Okay, in the interest, Brian, I'm gonna thank you and let you go. In the interest of
Okay.
Saving our viewers from my glitching, I want to thank you, Brian. I want to play you aired this morning. It was an exclusive interview with someone who has never spoken out before. She is from she worked at the CBC, and she wanted to tell us a bit about her experiences working. Gotten a lot of people talking to us about their experiences inside the CBC. They've been encouraged by hearing Travis's story. Also, I want to let you know that our comments section is open. If you have any questions or if you have any comments, I'd be happy to share them here on our live stream. And we're in a bit of a delay because there's a vote happening inside of Parliament right now, and committee was supposed to start at 11 o'clock, and this was a parliamentary committee. It's called the Heritage Committee that was going to look at a number of things. They're going to hear from Travis, they're going to hear from a number of, and it's going to be about the health of media, of the CBC. Our next guest, and the Canadian government. to the $2 billion. That number is being adjusted slightly as we lead up to the budget period. Looks like previous funding that they got will be cut by a little. A whole lot. So is going to testify before this committee today. It is made up of MPs from all three parties. He does an open statement. They get to ask him questions. In this committee before Catherine Tate, who is a previous president of CBC, has appeared. She's been questioned. We showed you this clip earlier of MP Philip Lawrence questioning her over what happened with Travis and if she had any knowledge of it. So we know that this is an issue that has been brought up in this committee before. It's something that has been brought to the attention of Travis's former employer, the CBC. I understand from Travis that the CBC is sending a camera to cover it today. Before his appearance, Travis had issued a challenge to the CBC to broadcast its proceedings live so people could see the discussions for themselves, unedited firsthand. They're not going to do that, but we are going to do that, which is what we're waiting for. I've had a lot of interesting people come through our live stream today. We talked to Catherine Marshall, who is Travis's lawyer, when he makes his case before the Human Rights Commission. Catherine is the founding partner of Marshall Law. She has represented a lot of people on employment issues and human rights. And have I got Amrit here with me?
Hi.
Hi, what's going on there? Are they going to start soon?
Yes, we should be starting shortly. We're just waiting on a vote in the House to clear, and then we'll be on our way.
Okay, so Amrit, introduce yourself to folks here.
So I am a lawyer at Marshall Law. I have been working alongside Catherine on Travis's case from the beginning and deciding to go forward with a human rights complaint and really advocating for Travis and all of the other CBC employees who are being discriminated against within a toxic workplace environment.
Yeah, and as Travis's friend and co-host, I've kind of seen him through this process, and I've seen all the work that you guys have put in. And people think it might be easy to just say, make a complaint and make a claim, but there is so much documentation, so much thought, and so much work that goes into putting all those things together. And I noticed today Travis is carrying 2 binders to his personality. It says the receipts on it. And so he's got a lot of evidence to support what he is saying and the claims he's making about, workplace culture, about discrimination, about tokenism, about editorial bias and editorial control. And those are some of the central issues that he'll be covering today. And I suspect that's, the crux of what's going to be before the commission as well.
Yes. So what the commission is looking at really is the state of journalism in Canada. And what Travis's complaint really demonstrates is that there's systemic issues in place. And what's happening is there is so much centralized control over media outlets right now, for example, the CBC, that we're not actually seeing the diversity in news reporting. We're only seeing diversity on the screens. And what Travis is here to do essentially is shed light on that issue within major organizations such as the CBC. He's really advocating for true diversity from within the system, not just externally. And that's what we're here to do today.
And how, you've worked on these sort of complaints before, these issues that, employees have had with really big corporations like the CBC, like Bell Media, where you were just one person going up against a giant corporation who has a team of lawyers, lots of money.
Yeah.
They spend as much time and money as they want on something like this. And so it's pretty challenging to go up against that as, just one person like Travis, like people that represented, and you guys do a lot of that work.
Yeah. So it can be challenging when you're going up against large corporations, but it's not as challenging when you have the truth on your side. For example, Travis's folders of receipts, right? he has the truth on his side, the facts on his side, and it only really takes one person like Travis to start making a wave within the system. For example, you guys recently had a CBC employee who discussed the same issues, similar to what Travis faced, right? Like long before he was on Canada Tonight. It takes one person to start a motion, and once that motion is started, it's really hard for these larger organizations to continue taking the stances that they take.
Yeah, and I wonder if that, like, so since Travis has spoken out, like, we've gotten a lot of people coming to us and telling their stories. I wonder if that's the case for you as a law firm as well. Like, once you've represented some of these folks who have issues, people all of a sudden come out of the woodwork, and it's a little easier for them to try to approach this process and try to, talk about what happened to them. So do you see more of that, like, once these cases become a little bit more public?
Yeah, so that's the one thing our firm really specializes on, is helping the individual. We don't represent employers, and that's for a reason, right? The people need to see that they have advocates on their side willing to fight for them, and that's what we're here to do. Once somebody sees that a individual is able to speak up and use their voice, usually they will start taking follow.
Yeah, okay, so I hear that the bells have stopped.
Yes.
So that means that they are.
We do gotta go inside, but it was really great
Amrit,
speaking with you today.
Thank you, Amrit. Okay, if you're just tuning in, that was one of Travis's lawyers who's joining him in Ottawa today. He is on Parliament Hill testifying before the Heritage Committee. We are waiting for that to start. It was supposed to start at 11 o'clock, and that was delayed because of a vote. And you would have heard when I was talking to Amrit that those bells going off, that signals for people to get ready for the vote. Once those bells stop, then the MPs actually have to vote. So I think we still might be a little whiles away, if I'm remembering parliamentary procedure properly. So they'll have to vote to actually vote, then they'll have to get into committee. And so I hope you'll stay with us, because we are like one of the only people that are going to be live streaming the whole testimony unedited. Travis had issued a challenge to his former colleagues at the CBC, to the managing editor there, to stream it as well, and they have politely declined to do that. But we do know that they have sent a camera to cover this story inside of Parliament, inside of Heritage Committee. And I can tell you a little bit more about what's going to happen in there. Travis is not by himself. They've kind of stuck him in with a group of people to present to this committee. Along with him, there'll be the new digital news out. There will be someone from Quebec Community Broadcasters. There will be someone from the Friends of Canadian Media, the director of Unifor, which is Canada's largest private union sector that represents journalists. They'll have someone there, the director of media from Unifor. Honest Reporting Canada is there. They're a pro-Israel media watchdog that monitors and critiques Canadian media coverage. They'll be a part of that panel as well. They'll have someone that is focused on technology, AI, and new funding models for journalism presenting to this committee today. They'll also have someone from News Media Canada. They are a newspaper or digital news industry lobby group in Canada. And so we have a particular interest, of course, in watching what Travis does. But the reason why he's been grouped with all these people is because this is a meeting, a committee that is taking a look at the health of mainstream media as a whole. But what is particularly special and important is CBC's funding, their mandate, and their future as the public broadcaster. And oh, I'm so happy my friend Sarbjeet Kaur is going to be joining us. I see that she's entered. She's not quite ready yet. She's gonna be here soon, but I see her getting ready in my little window. Sarbjeet is the co-founder of Kapow Communications. She and I have worked together before. She is often called on to be a commentator on media. And she specifically has been on CBC's Power and Politics, which is their flagship political show. So she's got a pretty interesting perspective. I think Sarbjeet I'm not putting words in her mouth. She'll say this herself, but she probably considers herself a progressive voice in politics. And I know we've had a lot of conservative voices here on the program, on the live stream this morning, but I really don't think this is a super partisan issue that we're talking about. There are concerns, legitimate concerns from both people who lean right and lean left. And so that's why I wanted to bring Sarabjit on. I'll give her a moment just to get ready. And I'll hear from my producer when she is ready and we can bring her in. Otherwise, I'll just let you know again, my name is Carmen Wong. Good morning. It's 11:30. We're expecting the committee to get started at 11 o'clock, and it is delayed because there was a vote. I'm hoping that committee will start pretty soon. But in the meantime, yay, Sarabjit is here. Thank you, Sarabjit. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, thank you so much for jumping on. I know we were expecting to talk to you later on, but the committee got delayed. It's the MPs had a vote, so they pushed the committee back a bit by 30 minutes. But all morning I've been talking to people who have have had issues we see, or their former employers, or they have a perspective, and a lot of that has been conservative views, right? And so I know that you yourself would probably say you are more progressive in your political leanings. You were asked to be a contributor on Power and Politics for a short time, but then you weren't. So tell us about your experience there and what you think happened.
So I was for a time very frequently on CBC Power and Politics. Before that, I was on many other channels as well, Global CTV over the years, just being someone who was pretty outspoken and had many years of experience in politics, working in provincial politics, many campaigns. And
oh, did I lose Sarabjit? No, there she is. Okay, so we're having a problem with Sarabjit's Wi-Fi. She's like me. Wi-Fi is working against us today. So I apologize for that. We'll try to bring her back in as soon as she's ready. And I think I might have her back, but I have no volume, maybe. Sarabjit, can we hear you? She can hear us, but we can't hear her. It's okay. Listen, we are not CTV News. We're not CBC. We are not Global. We are not a big media conglomerate who's got like 6 cameras pointed at me and the technology to live broadcast. We are a live stream. So we are live on the internet, and so we sometimes have some technical difficulties here, and I apologize for that. But I'm seeing all your comments. Thank you for engaging with us. Can't Be Censored is a podcast that was born out of Travis leaving mainstream media, talking about his issues at the CBC and his issues with editorial content, editorial direction, with workplace culture, with the idea of tokenism. And so when he decided to leave CBC, I had already left mainstream media about 6 years ago. And we decided we wanted to do this program. It's called Can't Be Censored. And normally, if you watch our podcast, we do long form interviews with people and on our terms, who we want to talk to, the way we want to talk to them. And even though we don't consider ourselves journalists anymore, we try to have a balance of perspectives, a balance of people on our podcast. And so you can see that I'm tap dancing a bit here because I'm hopeful that committee will get started very soon. If you're tuning in, you'll know that the Heritage Committee was supposed to start at 11 o'clock this morning. It has been delayed because of a vote. This is a committee. It's called the Standing Committee of Canadian Heritage. It's made up of a number of MPs who sit on this committee. They get to talk to people. They get to listen. I get to talk to Sarabjit again. Hi.
I'm trying really hard to join you guys. Okay.
So you were telling us about being on Power and Politics.
Yeah, so I was on Power and Politics amongst many, many other media outlets, but there came a time where my profile was so high that it clearly started getting under certain people's skin, and they would start these online attacks against me and start tagging CBC or whoever and claiming that I was their journalist and I was their employee and that I was getting rich off of CBC tax dollars. And I think the funniest one was I posted something about me at a restaurant. I took a selfie in the washroom, and it was a very organized and orchestrated campaign by conservatives and those right-wing little online people to say that I was Marie Antoinette of Canada, living high off CBC tax dollars. And they just kept tagging CBC. Other times, I would speak very, very bluntly. I'm not a person who's kind of afraid to say what I think needs to be said. I used words like calling what was happening in Gaza a genocide. Later, I learned that CBTC doesn't use that term. But in the long story short, I was suddenly asked to stop coming on. Wasn't really given any proper explanation. I went from going on very frequently to weekly to not at all, even during the election. And when I asked questions about why it was, I was just given kind of nonsensical non-answers. And, at least Travis knows what happened or why he wasn't allowed to come on. But I know for sure that, saying things like genocide, again, now you have these outfits like Honest Reporting and whatnot that have targeted people like myself and many other people that as soon as you say something that is pro-Palestine or what they perceive to be against their cause, they start flooding those newsrooms with emails. And we know this from people who work in those newsrooms, that it's become very, very difficult. And there's a chill around those kind of conversations. It's just unfortunate that the media kind of caves into this and lets those tactics actually succeed.
Yeah, because they had gone so far with you as to give you a contract, right? To give you you'll be appearing on our program. You used to signal that there's an arrangement between you and that program so that you appear there and that that you'll be a regular contributor. So that was like abruptly pulled away.
Yeah, and it's a contract, but it's not like a job. You get a small honorarium for every appearance. It might cover, your time, your hair, your makeup, whatever. So you're not getting rich off of this, but it still is a slot that you get every week with the same panelists, and it was all formalized. And quite frankly, I always got really, really good feedback that my contributions were good and valued, and people really liked it. And I think that's why I went from being a very regular contributor to being somebody that was contracted to have a regular slot.
Okay, so there's some issues with my Wi-Fi still, but I wanted to ask you the idea of CBC being nervous that they got all this, like, the negative things about you sent into them, use language that they didn't necessarily accept themselves. And I wonder, like, you're kind of making the same arguments as conservatives will make in terms of being censored, right? In terms of a public broadcaster not allowing a diversity of thought. And that's something that not only happens on the right side, but what we're hearing from you is that something that happens on the left.
Yeah, I actually think the standard and the bar is much higher for the left, because on the right side, when we say, there should be some level of standards or filtration, we're talking about, people who are on should have some background in politics. They should have some experience in journalism. They should have some credentials. But some of the people that I would say the right wing wants to present and platform are people who don't have any of those things. They just have an online large following. Some of them have very problematic views, whether they be associated with, racist organizations, or, there's somebody who goes on TV who called me a "see you next Tuesday" on Twitter. And, he had a little timeout and then he was back on. So I think there's actually a double standard where the conservatives do a really good job of causing a fuss and claiming that they're being censored, whereas actually there's a ton of people on the left or who are progressives who are quietly being sidelined And I don't really know what to make of it, except that there should be similar typical credential standards to look at, and people tagging or just claiming and complaining about people should not be enough. It should be a decision made by those producers. And again, they never told me, they never gave me a reason, which is also annoying to me. So I can only speculate as to why I wasn't on. But I've heard this from many, many people, whether it's CBC or other broadcasters, that when they say something that is a little bit out of the kind of safety box, they are not invited on again.
Yeah. Okay, so G, I might check in with you later, but I've got to run right now. Thank you so much for jumping in. I know that we're supposed to talk this afternoon, but I really appreciate you coming on a bit earlier. So if you're just tuning in, please stick with us. We are still waiting for the Heritage Committee. It will start at 11 o'clock. So I haven't seen signs that might be started yet, but hopefully soon. The reason why we're broadcasting live today, especially if it can be censored, is because here that he will name names, that he will talk about his experience inside the CBC a little bit about, but he's going to go into way more details. He is more comfortable, according to his lawyers, to name names in this sort of situation because of parliamentary privilege. And that is, if people don't know what that is the idea that what you say inside of a parliamentary committee is protected speech. It can't be used against you to sue you for defamation or libel or whatnot if it's said within the confines of the committee for the purposes of their meeting. It would be different than if you were to say it maybe on this platform or maybe in front of a microphone in the media. So that's why we are listening very closely to what Travis has to say this morning, pretty soon to be this afternoon if they don't get started. It's 11:41 right now, and this committee still hasn't gotten underway. We know there was a vote that delayed things. So it seems like my signal is pretty stable, Wyatt, when it's just me. It's just when we have other people that it sometimes gets a little glitchy. So maybe I'll just keep talking for a little bit until I see that it's problematic. And then I do have something I want to show you guys again. It was a story that we got exclusively from someone who used to work at the CBC. She was called a brown Barbie. She was berated in front of the newsroom, yelled at. She was called a and that's just sort of the tip of what we've received. And I'm getting a message that my Wi-Fi is not good, so I'm going to spare you all for a few minutes. I'm going to run that package that is a former employee of the CBC. Our next guest spent more than 25 years in television and radio, including more than a decade at the Weather Network and appearances on national programs like Canada AM. In 2017, she joined CBC as a weather specialist in Toronto. But after raising concerns about what she called a toxic workplace, less than a year later, she was dismissed. And after exhausting efforts through her union and internal management to raise the concerns, she made a direct appeal in 2018 to CBC President Catherine Tait. Now, she describes systemic problems inside the newsroom, including harassment, bullying, workplace culture, and management practices. She ultimately left the industry altogether. Now, she has never spoken with Travis before this week, but reached out just days ago saying she wanted to share her experience after seeing news of his story. I want to welcome Karen Johnson into this program now. Karen, thank you so much for being here. I told a little bit about your story where you say you joined CBC. It was a dream, but then within days starting, something happened. Tell us a little bit about that.
I think it was probably my first week. I think I saw a lot of red flags. I guess starting with, I actually had a friend who was doing traffic on the radio side of CBC, and she was having, going into sort of labor pains, and no one was going to take her to the hospital. And so I'm only there maybe in my second day. So I said, I'll take her. So I took her in a cab. And when I came back, I was asked, where have you been? Like, what are you doing? Where'd you go? And I said, well, I told you, and you told me to go take her to the hospital. And I did. So right from there, I just thought things were not normal. And then my first week on the radio side, it was probably icier than any sort of an ice box you could feel. People were not friendly, not welcoming. They were upset I got the job over, I guess, another employee that they considered probably a lot more credit to their name and who's doing the job previous. So there were a lot of red flags, but I thought, you know what? Be a team player. You're new to the newsroom. Make friends. Just go with the flow. Don't cause issues.
You know, you later described what you experienced as part of like a broader workplace culture problem, not just those specific incidents that you mentioned. What led you to believe that, and what was happening behind the scenes?
So when you're hired, if I don't know if anybody knows this, when you're hired at CBC or any other sort of newsroom, you have a 9-month probation. During that 9 months, things should be brought up to you if there's concerns or what have you. That usually what happens. I was actually days to my probation being over when I got called in to say that I wasn't standing in the right place of a weathered green screen, which I've been doing for 25 years. I wasn't giving accurate information, but I've never had a complaint about my information. So all this started to tag on. I was humiliated in the newsroom when I was told to not go into studio, told to wait. I was berated. I was screamed at, and then told, what am I going to make things better to improve the situation? A situation that I didn't even cause. I was just doing what I was told to do. Things like that. I got written up for having a thick eyeliner on my makeup, on my face. And we had makeup artists who did our makeup. So that was a comment I had gotten from an executive producer. She's nice, but she wears too much eyeliner. Out of my hands. I was called a bimbo on day 10, that I sounded like a bimbo on the air. That was one of the criticisms that I had received. I'd never been called that in my life, even a brown Barbie, which was not great.
Was that from someone who supervised you?
Yes, that was actually my producer in day 10 on the job.
And that led you eventually to write to the president. Tell us about that.
Yes. So I went through the union. I went through the president. I had a case. I even hired an external lawyer. I was getting nowhere. And I thought, I have to bring it to somebody's attention, because honestly, I felt like I was in Alice in Wonderland, and you have all those mirrors and you see these doors and you think that there's an opening and there's a crack there and you can get through, and it's not. It's fake. It doesn't exist. And I was losing it. I was losing myself. I was yelling at my kids. I was taking it out on my family.
Okay, we want to interrupt right now to take you live to Parliament Hill, where the Heritage Committee is getting underway. We're going to listen in live.
Code on that card that links to a short awareness video if you need more information. Pursuant to the routine motion adopted by this committee, I can confirm that all the witnesses have completed the required connection tests in advance of this meeting. Please wait until I recognize you by name before you speak, and all comments should be through the chair. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted by the committee on Monday, September 22nd, 2025, this committee is meeting to study the state of the journalism and media sectors. So quite a broad study. And with us today, we have Travis Dhanraj, former journalist, Association des radiodiffuseurs communautaires du Québec, Angela Carrero, Executive Director, welcome. Freshnet News, Janet Clow and Mario Bartel. With Friends of Canadian Media, we have Raj Shone and Randy Kitts. Honest Reporting Canada, we have Mike Fegelman, Amanda Eskenazi, and Dr. Haran Shani Narkis. Please forgive me if I've butchered your name. And Paul Deegan from News Media Canada. Good to see you again, sir. So everyone or your organization will have 5 minutes for an opening statement, and then we'll open up the floor to members for questions. We'll start with Mr. Dhanraj. You have the floor now for 5 minutes, sir.
Let's press this. There we go. Appreciate it. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. As a kid growing up in Alberta, I wasn't like most of my friends. Every night, I watched The National with Knowlton Nash. He represented a public broadcaster that belonged to Canadians. Not to power, not to party, but to the public. And that is the CBC that I believed in. Now, many Canadians know the story about one of my tweets. In April 2024, I publicly stated that Canada Tonight had requested an interview with then CBC President Catherine Tate, and the request was declined. Facts. Shortly after, I was removed from the air. Now, on May 7th, 2024, Tate told this very committee she was, quote, not aware of any repercussions. Yet 24 hours earlier, ATIP records show her vice president, Barb Williams, briefed her directly about my situation. And that matters because trust matters. The tweet was not the beginning. It was the breaking point. For months prior, tensions had been building, not over performance, but over control. While I was publicly held up as a bold, diverse host, my ability to lead the very program carrying my face and name was quietly being stripped away. CBC's stated commitment to diversity contrasted with realities of tokenism. Still, I pushed forward, creating a nightly panel to showcase real diversity, including of thought. I questioned unequal pay. Why, for example, one contributor who was Indigenous always needed to be paid while others weren't. When a prominent Black journalist requested compensation after appearing doing the exact same job, I was told to reconsider booking him moving forward. I attempted to end this discriminatory practice. Instead, the panel was canceled. When it came to politics, interviews were blocked under guardrails, governed by an internal document never made public, titled Parameters for Political Guests. Political access was centralized, booking decisions controlled elsewhere. It did not happen once. It became a pattern. It became the standard. Power in Politics, hosted by David Cochrane, was given gatekeeping authority over which politicians could appear on Canada Tonight. When I questioned that control and who was in control, I was viewed as disruptive. Now, at the same time, I raised concerns about a toxic environment. After I sat down with Speaker Greg Fergus for a conversation on Black History Month, Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton circulated internal communications questioning my program, copying senior leadership, insinuating she or Mr. Cochrane should have done the interview. It was an intimidation tactic, which management ignored. I and others raised concerns about bullying behavior by senior figures, including Mr. Cochrane. But while he remained on air, I faced discipline and marginalization. Now, the transcripts of these meetings show the issue was not about my journalism, but about reputational risk to the corporation. I received a written warning carrying the threat of termination. I was placed under confidentiality restrictions that prevented me from correcting public and internal narratives. CBC silenced and intimidated me simply for trying to do my job and fulfill my public service role to Canadians. Now, this is not about left or right. It's not about one tweet or one career. It's about systemic control, tokenism, selective enforcement, and a toxic culture where intimidation went unchecked. When I refused to waive my rights under the Canadian Human Rights Act in a proposed confidentiality agreement right here and a gag order, essentially, my role was not renewed. My union, tasked with protecting my rights as an employee, told me explicitly, quote, it's very much a normal thing that we use. After 25 years in journalism, my career ended. That dream I had as a kid of working at CBC shattered along with my trust in it. Now, inside the newsroom, the message was unmistakable and did not need to be spoken. I raised concerns. I challenged centralized control and bias. I fought for real diversity and equal standards. I tried to do my job as a journalist. Within months, I was pulled off the air, disciplined, restricted from speaking, stripped of my primetime program, and eventually out altogether. Now, if you were still working there, would you feel safe raising similar concerns? This is how silence becomes culture. It's how whistleblowers are intimidated. Public institutions do not weaken from scrutiny. They weaken when they avoid it. The CBC that I believed in was strong enough to withstand accountability. If it is to endure as a public broadcaster worthy of Canadians' trust and over $1.4 billion of their money, it must be strong enough to withstand it again. Accountability is not destruction, it is survival. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we go to Angelica Carrera for the Association des radiodiffuseurs communautaires de Québec. Excusez-moi, je ne sais pas si j'ai dit.
I don't know if I said your name correctly, but you have 5 minutes starting now. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some observations as part of the study on journalism and the media in Canada and Quebec. I would also like to commend the work of the committee, which made accurate and relevant recommendations in its third report. As the Executive Director of the Association of Community Radio Broadcasters of Quebec, I have the privilege of observing the work accomplished by these stations. We have 37 stations, radio stations, spread across the province, from Montreal to Matagami and the Île-de-la-Madeleine, for example. Most are francophone, but some are bilingual or anglophone, such as the station in Blanc-Sablon. They therefore cover a huge geographical area, sometimes with only meager revenues per year. The work they do is creative, tireless, and sometimes miraculous. There are also media outlets that have been around for many years, which have stood the test of time despite the difficulties. The vast majority of stations employ at least one journalist, sometimes 2 or 3 or 4, for a total of about 50 journalists who work to provide local news coverage rooted in the reality of their respective communities. Community radio stations have always enjoyed the public's trust, and this was confirmed by a study conducted by our association in 2024. Furthermore, it is not enough to simply say that you are doing local journalism. You have to actually do it. The physical presence of journalists in community stations is to be distinguished from cases where news is generated by means other than humans, or where broadcasts merely relay information from the largest nearby urban center. But in addition to the physical presence of journalists and all their volunteers, because there are many volunteers, it is their mission and raison d'etre that make them excellent ambassadors for the local community. Their mission is to serve the community in which they are rooted. In fact, it is the community that creates and manages the radio station that has the community's interests at heart. It is important to remember that these are non-profit media outlets, and they play an essential role in protecting freedom of the press and defending the public's right to quality information. Their content is diverse, nonpartisan, comprehensive, and reliable. We therefore provide the kind of local journalism that the committee refers to in its second recommendation. And it is true to say that it needs support, a lot of support. Indeed, as I said at the beginning, community radio stations operate on meager revenues that are dwindling year after year. And when people seem to say they are heavily subsidized, that is very unfortunate, because the only provincial subsidy they receive for their operations does not even cover the normal salary of one of the company's employees, or barely. These subsidies are difficult to renew, even after many years. For the federal government, we have the Local Journalism Initiative, which we really appreciate, and a little project funding is offered for those who manage to qualify, but it is not enough. Fortunately, we are stepping up our efforts to promote the Community Radio Initiative, which could be managed by the Community Radio Fund of Canada, in an attempt to increase the funds available to all community radio stations in the country. We are asking the government for annual operating funding of approximately $30 million to provide around $85,000 per station, which is still very modest compared to the funding provided or needed by other broadcasters. This assistance would help ensure basic financial viability. Otherwise, radio stations must rely on advertising revenue to try to make up for this shortfall. But as several experts have already pointed out, this advertising revenue has clearly shifted to foreign platforms, which are gobbling up almost everything. This is not new. Canadian government money being used to grow the financial assets of large American companies, multinationals. This goes against the buy local policy promoted by this same government. I would also like to highlight the work we are doing along with our two sister associations, the NCRA, the National Campus and Community Radio Association, and the Alliance of Community Radio Broadcasters of Canada, to try to issue a clear directive on local advertising. A specific portion would be systematically allocated to community advertising. Together, our three associations represent independent, non-profit community radio stations across Canada. We believe that this directive would encourage governments to allocate more of the funds that are already there but used elsewhere to local media. It is a reallocation of existing funds. It's not a new request. But above all, we believe that advertising broadcast in this way would have a much greater and more lasting impact on Canadians. As the Government of Canada continues to invest in public communications to raise awareness of its programs and services, it is increasingly important to ensure that these messages are delivered through channels that truly reach the intended audiences, rather than through digital giants that have no roots or support in Canada. Advertising that does not take into account geographic, linguistic, or digital barriers risks leaving some communities confused and misinformed. In short, the general idea is to help the government fulfill its mission of informing the country's entire population and having a more significant impact on it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Clo and Mario Bartel from FreshNet News. Collectively, you have 5 minutes. I'm not sure how you want to share that.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this committee. My name is Mario Bartel.
And my name is Janice Clue. And along with Teresa McManus and Cornelia Naylor, we are the co-founders of FreshNet News, the first nonprofit news cooperative in Western Canada that's union supported. We are veteran community news reporters, editors, paginators, with more than 100 years of combined experience covering New Westminster, Burnaby, and the Tri-Cities in British Columbia, approximately 600,000 people outside of the city of Vancouver. Last April, Glacier Media, now called Lodestar Media, closed our 3 online publications, the New Westminster Record, Burnaby Now, and Tri-City News, in the middle of the federal election. It meant we couldn't cover the all candidates meetings, our candidates couldn't get their messaging out, and our readers were lost about who to vote for. This is dangerous to democracy.
When I originally landed at the Tri-City News in 1991, virtually every community in the Lower Mainland was served by at least 2 local papers. Consolidation and closures winnowed that down to 1 in most communities by 2015. Then, in August 2023, the same month our Meta social media shut down, Glacier Media stopped printing our newspapers altogether. The company said online was the only way forward. It wasn't. Less than 2 years later, 5 rapidly growing cities and 2 villages immediately east of Vancouver were left with little or no local news source. That meant decisions made at city halls and school boards got no independent coverage. There were no stories about young athletes and emerging artists, no coverage of local events, festivals, parades.
What may have been no longer economically viable to Glacier Media was untenable to the journalists who have dedicated their careers to sharing those stories. After all, we live in those communities too. So the 4 of us got together with a co-op developer, and with the support of our union, Unifor Local 2000, we put together a plan to keep our communities informed. We spent the summer and early fall of 2025 learning about co-op structures and governance, fundraising, and doing community outreach. People told us they didn't know what was happening in their hometowns anymore.
On October 15th, we launched FreshNet News Online, a single title covering all our communities. It's named for the annual spring runoff from the northern snows that washed down the Fraser River past our cities. It symbolizes renewal, a fresh start. 2 months later, we revived a print edition. We're monthly for now, but we plan to increase to twice a month in April, with our ultimate goal to return to weekly publication. We're 4 journalists who never had to give much thought to the business side of our craft, the ads that ran between our stories, and the distribution network that got those stories to readers.
The learning curve has been steep. but our journalism skill set has made us adept to changing gears when needed. The communities are responding. Our website traffic grows every week, as do subscriptions to our weekly email newsletter. Advertisers are eager to get into our newspaper, and readers are scooping up the newspapers, 20,000 of them, from our distribution points at city halls, community and cultural recreation hubs, grocery stores, coffee shops, and barber shops, senior residences. We even get calls to replenish.
We truly feel our model of nonprofit, locally rooted journalism that's accountable to the communities we serve is a way forward as corporate media gives up. But what we're doing is not new. In fact, across the United States, as corporate media abandons communities due to lack of profits, reporter-led news organizations and collectives are filling the gap. Still, supports are lacking for journalism startups in Canada. We've come this far mostly on a volunteer basis as we continue looking for jobs. Our severance and EI benefits have dried up. Our fundraising at community events and through an online crowdfunding platform has comprised mostly small individual donations, $10, $25, $100 at a time. We don't have charitable status, so we can't issue tax receipts that might shake loose transformative big money support. Foundation funding frequently looks for a proven history, something that's difficult for a startup to provide. Grant opportunities are often like fitting a square peg into a round hole. And the few that are journalism specific, like the Local Journalism Initiative, are already oversubscribed and don't provide funding for critical supports like hiring ad reps who can bring in ad revenue or covering costs like software subscriptions, insurance, printing, and distribution.
Make no mistake, many of the media's industry's wounds are self-inflicted. Too much growth too quickly back when times were flush, too much consolidation, too many resources expended chasing bad ideas, too many owners that are investors rather than people who believe in the mission of news. Those owners would have us believe the news business is dead. But from our experience in the past few months, since we started Fresh at News, has been quite the opposite. People want to be connected to each other and their communities, free from algorithms. Businesses want to share their stories with local customers, and journalists want to be able to write and keep sharing the stories. Putting community back into community news is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very effective use of sharing your time. And as a former community reporter, I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you for all you're doing. Next, we have the Friends of Canadian Media, Raj Shone and Randy Kitt. I expect an equally engaging back and forth between the two of you. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Friends is a nonpartisan public interest organization dedicated to ensuring that Canadians have access to strong, independent Canadian journalism and storytelling. We advocate for citizens, not for corporations, because a healthy media system is essential to a healthy democracy. Let me begin plainly. The state of journalism in Canada is poor, and in most communities is deteriorating further. Over the past decade and a half, hundreds of local news outlets have closed across the country. Millions of Canadians now live in communities with little or no local news coverage. Newsrooms have shrunk. Journalists have been laid off. Entire beats have disappeared. This is not simply an industry transition. It's a democratic deficit. Local journalism scrutinizes municipal councils. It covers courts. It informs citizens about public health, education, and emergencies. When journalism disappears, civic participation declines, polarization increases, and misinformation fills the vacuum. Governments have taken important steps, including the Journalism Labor Tax Credit, the Local Journalism Initiative, the Online News Act, the Online Streaming Act, and support for CBC. These measures matter. They demonstrate recognition that journalism is not just another sector, it's democratic infrastructure. But the structural disruption facing Canadian journalism remains profound. The economic model that sustained local news has been destabilized by global digital platforms that capture advertising revenue while investing minimally in Canadian news production. That brings me to 5 areas where federal leadership is essential. First, the Online News Act and the Online Streaming Act are critical to creating a sustainable funding framework for local news. These laws must not be weakened, traded away, or hollowed out through exemptions or side deals. Regulatory certainty and enforcement are essential. Second, eligibility for the journalism labor tax credit should be expanded to include broadcasters. Broadcast newsrooms, particularly local television and radio, face financial pressures similar to print. They too are pillars of local accountability. Third, Parliament should close the loophole in Section 19 of the Income Tax Act that allows full deductibility of advertising on foreign digital platforms. Canadian advertising dollars should not receive preferential tax treatment when they're directed to foreign platforms rather than Canadian outlets. Fourth, the federal government should commit to directing at least 25% of its advertising budget to trusted domestic news organizations, both publishers and broadcasters, big and small. This would strengthen local journalism while ensuring Canadians receive critical public information through reliable channels. Fifth, Canadian news creators must be protected from having their content used by artificial intelligence companies without permission or compensation. Copyright protections, licensing frameworks, and transparency requirements must ensure journalism is not harvested without value flowing back to those who produce it. Finally, a vibrant CBC is part of a strong ecosystem alongside successful private and independent media. As the national public broadcaster, it plays a foundational role in connecting regions, serving official language minority communities, and maintaining news capacity where commercial models are under strain. I will now turn to my colleague, Randy Kidd.
Thank you, Raj. Chair, members of the committee. Unifor represents approximately 9,000 media workers across Canada. In the last several years alone, hundreds of journalists and media employees have lost their jobs. When newsrooms shrink, the consequences are immediate. Fewer reporters at City Hall, fewer investigative projects, fewer rural correspondents, and more reliance on centralized news content. And yet, the demand for reliable information has never been greater, as Freshet News can tell you. We are living through a period of geopolitical instability, rising inflation, and increased public cynicism. Journalism is one of the few professions capable of grounding public debate in verified fact. Failing to stabilize Canadian journalism means surrendering not just jobs, but our sovereignty. Losing our local accountability, shared facts, and democratic resilience that safeguard our nation's independence. Journalism is essential to a functioning democracy, and the Canadian government should treat it like a national park, something that must be nurtured, protected, and properly funded for future generations.
A strong journalism sector is not a luxury. It's infrastructure for democracy, and it's imperative that we sustain it. We thank the committee for undertaking the study and stand ready to assist.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to Honest Reporting Canada. I have Mike Fegelman in the room. Do you have colleagues online? I don't. Oh, they are. Here we go. Are you all joining in the 5-minute opening?
We'll be joining in the Q&A component.
Okay, very good. Very good. You have the floor now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Mike Fegelman, and I'm the Executive Director of Honest Reporting Canada. We're a nonprofit organization that ensures fair and accurate Canadian media coverage of Israel. We started more than 20 years ago, but the overt media bias that we have experienced and seen over the last 2.5 years has made that era look quaint by comparison. Just hours after thousands of Palestinian terrorists invaded Israel on October 7th, carrying out an orgy of murder, rape, torture, and kidnappings, our taxpayer-funded broadcaster leapt into action. In a letter to editorial staff, George Ahey, CBC's former Director of Journalistic Standards and Practices, warned journalists not to use the word terrorists when referring to Hamas, not to admit that 2005 was the end of Israel's permanent presence in Gaza, which it was. And even when Canadian officials refer to Hamas as terrorists, Ahey wrote that reporters, quote, should add context to ensure that audiences understand this is opinion, not fact, end quote. Hamas is, of course, a listed terrorist organization. It soon became clear for the CBC and for wide swaths of the Canadian media landscape, their role was not to report the facts to Canadians, but to use their immense influence in society to promote a narrow ideological agenda. Present day news outlets parrot talking points from pro-Palestinian activists and overwhelmingly feature guests with a predictable anti-Israel worldview, presenting them as credible while choosing not to include opposing voices. When anti-Israel groups sneeze, it achieves wall-to-wall news coverage. When Amnesty International accuses Israel of committing a genocide, going so far as to make up a new definition in order to do so, or when a discredited group of non-experts make such claims, they get widespread coverage. Yet when scholars documented Hamas's fabricated death toll, or penned a comprehensive report demonstrating that no genocide took place, they were ignored by our media. The unfounded claims of genocide and starvation were promoted ad nauseum by our media. And as it soon became clear that those allegations were false, reporters didn't apologize. They simply moved on. Now, like a cat chasing a laser dot on the wall, the worst offenders in anti-Israel media bias in Canada, whether the CBC, the Globe and Mail, the Toronto Star, or others, take their cues not from what's newsworthy, but rather what complaints are being made by pro-Palestinian activists. When reporters document the worrying rise of Islamic radicalism in Canada, the presence of Iranian regime officials in our nation, or the impact of Qatari dark money in Canadian universities, they are treated as persona non grata. When a Canadian mosque recently honored Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei and glorified him as a martyr, our journalists ignored this brazen support for terrorism. Our journalists have a solemn duty to hold the powerful to account, to not act as their water carriers. But that's what they've done. Promoting hardline anti-Israel disinformation and acting as unpaid publicists for immense web of extremist actors in Canada. This media coverage directly contributes to a spike in anti-Jewish hate crimes. When Israel is painted as a genocidal and pariah state and opponents are widely silenced, a target is drawn on the back of Canadian Jews. The incessant demonization of Israel, and by extension Jews, has led to an unprecedented attack on the Jewish community, with terrorist rallies now a regular occurrence on Canadian streets, and Jewish schools and synagogues, as we saw this past week, shot at. While far too many elected leaders and law enforcement ignore this cancer that is in our midst. Over the past 2 years, our media promoted ideology over facts, and in the case of the CBC, did so at the taxpayers' expense. I'm happy to recount numerous examples of Canadian media bias that we have confronted. When our media act as stenographers for a regressive and hateful worldview, it's not reporting the news, it is creating it. And when our leaders stay silent, they let it happen. Our elected leaders must take the lead to remedy the situation. In my written testimony and submission to this committee, I've offered 3 concrete courses of action that you can take directly to counter these critical issues, and I would be happy to elucidate them today for anyone interested. As well, I've brought with me here today 2 colleagues, Dr. Haran Shani-Narkis, CEO of InnoHives, and Amanda Eskenazi, Director of Education at HR Canada Charitable Organization. They conducted a comprehensive review of the CBC's coverage of the Israel-Hamas war and have provided real scientific evidence of asymmetric coverage. It isn't an opinion that the CBC is one-sided. We now have scientific, irrefutable proof. Canadian taxpayers fund public broadcasters to provide accurate, impartial, and reliable information. When media outlets choose ideology over facts, they fail in this fundamental duty, leaving Canadians misinformed on issues of national security, on issues of terrorism and international conflict. This is not merely a concern for one community. It affects every Canadian's right to understand the world as it truly is. Restoring trust in our media is not a partisan issue, but a national imperative. Parliament must act now to ensure that our media serve Canadians with facts, with fairness, and with integrity, because an informed public depends on it, and our democracy requires it. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Paul Deegan with News Media Canada. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes, starting now.
Bonjour. Média d'Info Canada représente environ
News Media Canada represents about 550 news titles across Canada, from independent weekly community newspapers to large urban and national dailies.
The advertising market in Canada continues to remain very challenging. Simply put, too many ad dollars are being scooped up by Google. Last year, a U.S. federal court judge ruled that Google, which operates in all 3 areas of the market, the buying, the selling, and the ad exchange itself, illegally monopolized the ad tech market through anti-competitive conduct. News publishers fully embrace and support the responsible and ethical use of artificial intelligence. At the same time, despite deploying bot blockers, we are seeing the theft of our intellectual property on an industrial scale. Companies like Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, which is familiar to all of you in terms of the role their employees didn't play in alerting authorities to the Tumblr Ridge incident, Perplexity, and even Canada's Cohere are ingesting, repackaging, and distributing copyright-protected content directly from published news articles. These companies aren't just providing snippets that one would find through a traditional search. They're providing very detailed summaries and passing it off as their own creation. They're depriving news publishers of audience, subscriptions, and advertising, capturing the value journalism depends on for its survival. Moreover, Google, which is dominant in search, has embedded AI-generated summaries directly into their search interface without providing publishers with an effective opt-out mechanism. If publishers want to block Google's AI crawler, they find themselves de-indexed or unable to attract traffic to their sites. News is an essential input to the knowledge economy. It helps people, businesses, and investors make better, more informed, real-time decisions. It's also a necessary input for the output of the AI companies. But the value transfer cannot be asymmetric. The user needs to pay the creator. The content theft by AI companies must stop, and government can help. First, Public Services and Procurement Canada and Treasury Board can work together to ensure that those on the government's list of artificial intelligence suppliers, and there's 100 and some odd companies on that list, sign a supplier agreement that states that they will use AR material ethically with a commitment to the principles of transparency, consent, and attribution with respect to all copyright protected source content. Second, the industry minister can ask the Comp Bureau to look into the state of competition with respect to search and AI. Googlebot should be split into two crawlers, one for AI and one for search. That would help level the playing field between publishers and Google and between other AI companies and Google. Those companies have no incentive to sign commercial agreements with publishers when Google's AI services are getting the content for free. Third, the Copyright Act should not be amended to include a text and data mining exception or be weakened in any way. Rights holders must be protected, no exceptions. On the positive side, the Online News Act, while imperfect, is working for Canadian news publishers. Prior to the Act, and in an effort to thwart it, Google and Meta did content licensing deals with a number of news publishers. Most of our members, however, were left out in the cold without a cent. Today, whether you're a large publisher or a smaller independent, you're getting about $16,400 per year per full-time journalist. For example, the World Spectator from Moosomin, Saskatchewan received almost $80,000 last year. Prior to the Online News Act, most of our members never saw a dime in content licensing from these American big tech firms. Between the Online News Act and the Canadian Journalism Labour Tax Credit, which rewards those who maintain and grow journalism jobs, there's finally a level of predictability for business planning, which is translating into a level of stability in many newsrooms, where we are seeing investment after years of cost cutting. Both these measures should be maintained. Let me turn briefly to government advertising. Despite the government's stated buy Canadian policy, changing its agency of record, and spending tens of millions of dollars each year, news publishers are not seeing any meaningful federal government ad dollars. Yet when a bank, a retailer, or a car company runs a national or regional campaign, news publishers do okay. That's because their chief marketing officers know we are a great way to reach and engage Canadians. So why are we only seeing micro pennies on the dollar when it comes to the federal campaigns? It's simple. The government's agency of record is doing what is easiest and most profitable for them, and that's programmatic advertising through American big tech firms. We hope the committee will recommend an advertising set-aside that you heard about earlier. An ad set-aside done right with on the publishing side, we, for example, reach 86% of Canadians who engage with newspaper content each week. It's time for the government to think more like a marketer who cares about reach and efficacy. We can help you reach engaged audiences better than anyone. For advertisers, whether governments or the private sector, credible journalism strengthens trust while delivering better business results in a brand-safe environment. There's absolutely no reason the federal government shouldn't use Canadian news brands to inform Canadians. Nous vivons dans une ère de désinformation.
We're in an age of misinformation and disinformation amplified by algorithms. Facts are essential. Quality information created by real people who have fact gathering, fact checking, editorial, and legal review, and being accountable costs real money. Thank you. Thank you.
Members, questions from members, starting with Mrs. Thomas for 6 minutes. You have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you to each of you for being here today. My first set of questions is going to go to Mr. Dhanraj. Mr. Dhanraj, I'm just curious, there was a document that you talked about in your opening remarks called Parameters for Political Guests. Would you be willing to table that with the committee?
I would.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Now, I just want to get to the bottom of this. Can you talk a little bit about any pressure that you experienced at the CBC to shape stories in a particular fashion?
Sure, I can, but I do want to spend part of my time because I am here speaking and this is my story. But over the past several days, and even when this story initially came out, there have been other CBC employees, current and former, that have come forward to me that are afraid to speak out publicly. And they have sent me some statements. So I'd like to, if I can, read into the record some of what I have been getting from current and former employees. This is a current employee at the CBC. I've been with CBC for 10 years and I have witnessed and experienced multiple incidents of the misuse of taxpayer dollars, racism, favoritism, nepotism, sexual harassment, and verbal abuse. And then she goes on to outline specific examples. This next individual was someone that you would all know if I said their name. They left the CBC after a 10-year career. The end of their statement says, without exaggeration, I experienced toxicity every single day, and it was almost always from the same people. It was not subtle. It was not hidden. It was part of the daily reality of working there. She goes on to say that she was set to interview Catherine Tate on air. I introduced myself to her in the makeup room as the host. In front of others, she responded, I didn't know I'd be interviewed by somebody who looks like she is 14. That moment stayed with me. It was dismissive, inappropriate, and reflected a broader culture in which respect was not always equally extended to everyone. On Mr. Cochran, this was one of his former producers. His toxic behavior extended beyond editorial matters and was more often than not deeply hypocritical. While he publicly presented himself as a supporter of diversity, he actively undermined the contributions of colleagues who were minorities. This is somebody who left the industry and had to go to another country. After about a year of working there as an anchor, this is in Vancouver, I was suddenly removed from the anchor desk. I was told the decision was related to the color of my skin, that as a white person, I did not fit the diversity targets they were trying to meet. No concerns about my performance had ever been raised. My concern was the system and the reasoning behind the decision. My frustration was never directed at the individual who stepped into the role. She was also said that she was forced to check a box if somebody of a diverse background appeared on the air. And she said that that was concerning to her. I believe it's important to include a broad range of voices and perspectives, but reducing interview subjects to a check box felt like an overly simplistic way of approaching something that deserves much more care and thought. And I can go on. There are a number of these stories, and it is shocking. These people have been traumatized. They are scared to come out. They're scared of the professional repercussions. And management, like Andre Lau, like Chris Carter, they are concerned about protecting the reputation of the organization as opposed to dealing with these issues when it comes to employees.
So, Mr. Dhanraj, during your time there, can you just outline what years were you there?
I was there. I finished at Global, I think in 2021. It's in the bio that I provided. Oh, perfect. And then I came to Ottawa. I was a parliamentary reporter. I flew around with the Prime Minister. I covered Parliament Hill. I was. Then I went back to Toronto. I was on Marketplace. I covered the Queen's funeral, and then I got my own show, which I thought I'd have some say in terms of how that show went. And on the intersection panel, this is a picture here of all the folks that we had on the panel. We've got here one with Raheem Mohammed and Rachel Gilmore. I don't know if you can get two people very far apart on the ideological spectrum as that. Sheila Copps, Brian Lilly, and Faye Johnston, right? We were having the Canadian conversation and this panel was canceled. And you also have issues of pay equity when it comes to all of these folks.
So okay, so obviously your point here was to create a panel that was full of diversity, not just in skin color or ethnicity or religious background perhaps, but you wanted diversity of thought.
Correct.
Were you given the journalistic freedom then to move forward and do that for the sake of the Canadian public?
No, I mean, the issue became with the panelists. We had a list of 43 people or 45 people that Power and Politics gave us that said, do not go near these people, right? And some of these folks were like reporters, like Robert Benzie. There's a story breaking at Queen's Park and we're on at 7 o'clock. We should be able to call, somebody who covers Queen's Park and talk to them. But there were these continued hurdles and roadblocks that were set up to really have a certain group of folks in Ottawa in control of who was allowed on programs. Particularly mine was a concern. And there were repeated episodes of conservatives being blocked. I mean, I have the G chats right here. I said, in terms of getting folks on, that we need to have balance. It's not about just having a show with conservatives or just with liberals. But if Power and Politics is going to have liberals talking points on all the time, we should have balance as a network. And I said, we are in contravention of Section 11 of, I told Brody Fenlon this, and also Andre Lau repeatedly. We are in contravention of the Broadcasting Act if we are not providing equitable time for all perspectives. So I don't want to flood the show with conservatives, but I do want to have balance. And there are, and this is all, I can talk to my legal team because some of this is before the Human Rights Commission in terms of how this happened, but there were repeated attempts over and over and over again. At one point, I heard, okay, well, maybe you can have NDP folks on, but conservatives are a no. It should blow the Canadian public's mind that this was the stuff that was going on.
Mr. Alciu, you have the floor now for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for those opening remarks. My first question is for Ms. Clue and Mr. Bartel. Firstly, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Ms. Royer speaks very fondly of you. I'd like to focus on a highlight of your opening remarks. You noted a lack of support. I quoted this because I thought it was interesting and well said. Grant opportunities are like fitting a square peg into a round hole. From your experience in building a new outlet, what are the biggest barriers facing independent journalism, startups in Canada, and what do you believe would best help address those barriers?
Well, we're journalists, and we've run head on and into some of the challenges of creating a viable business and some of the costs of that. The local journalism initiative has stepped up with some funding for us, so that helps cover some wage for our crew. But that doesn't deal with, we need to hire someone who can sell ads. We don't know how to do that. We shouldn't be doing that. We're journalists. So we want to maintain that separation between the ad side and the journalism side. Luckily we have found some people who are willing to help us and off the side of their desks and get us going. But to go forward, to ramp up, we have to become professional at every level of this. And so some of that infrastructure support is critical to this. We ran in headlong into just how expensive some of these things are. Software licenses to get to allow us to produce a newspaper, web hosting fees, insurance, all these things that we were completely oblivious to in our role in the newsroom have come home to roost. And luckily our crowdfunding gave us a good foundation to start tackling some of these things. But again, as we move forward, becoming a viable business will mean backfilling a lot of those things with support.
Fantastic. Over the past few years, certainly we've seen a significant number of community newspapers close or reduce their reporting capacity. You highlighted this in your opening remarks. From your perspective as a longtime local journalist reporter, could you speak to what happens to community accountability and civic engagement when local news coverage disappears? I believe you highlighted that it was dangerous to local democracy, but I'm keen to see you expand on that if possible.
We became a news desert. We have news deserts and news poor jurisdictions. And Glacier Media closing us in the middle of the federal election was quite bad. So we've had people pretending to be reporters, sit at the media desk in council meetings, and they're reporting when we're not. So that's dangerous.
Perfect, thank you. Madame Carrero, l'ARCQ représente
Ms.
37...
Carrero, your association represents 37 different radio stations. As you know, many community radio stations depend on volunteers and limited funding. What are the biggest operational challenges that community radio is facing today? I'm thinking of lower advertising revenue, digital disruptions with foreign platforms. Well, you stated it well. There are all of the operations done by volunteers, which isn't ideal because even though those volunteers give their time, dedicate themselves, make these radio stations work, any operation that is based on that model is hard to keep up over the years. But it's the case. They manage. But funding for operations, that's the basic need. That's what they need. And it's what they don't have. And then advertising revenue. As I said, and others have said, advertising revenue aren't there anymore. It's gone to foreign platforms. So it would be very good to have a clear government directive. And then radio stations could contribute to getting the government's message through. And then you mentioned the digital transition. That's another element. That's a major challenge. Radio stations are cornerstones for their community. They're on the FM station, but also on the web. They can be listened to. There are podcasts, news. So these are really complete media outlets, but we need to help them with the digital transition. It can be harder depending on the station.
Parfait. Mr.
Great.
Canada's broadcasting and media regulatory framework was designed at a time when traditional television and radio dominated the landscape. Given the rapid rise of global streaming platforms and digital media companies, do you believe Canada's existing regulatory tools are still adequate for protecting Canadian journalism and cultural sovereignty in the digital age?
I believe the tools are there. I think perhaps the CRTC has been a little bit slow in terms of taking action. The CRTC has done some good things, and certainly the Government of Canada has done some good things. The Online Streaming Act, the Online News Act has been enormously helpful. The tax credit has been helpful. The Local Journalism Initiative. The CRTC made a very important decision last year to ask streamers to contribute a base contribution of 1.5% of its annual revenue to support local news. That's being challenged in court right now, but we feel confident it will go the CRTC's way. Those are all important steps, but more needs to be done, especially given the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives conclusion that a significant portion of the Canadian population, I believe it's 2.5%, have access to no local news or only one local news outlet. So that's really a problem that needs to be corrected. The tools are there and the regulator needs to be encouraged to use
them. Merci. Maintenant,
thank you. Now we go to Mr. Champoux for 6 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank our witnesses today. We have a great panel who represent the importance of the topic we are covering with the study. Madam Chair, before speaking to the witnesses, I'd like to table a motion. I've discussed it with a few members around the table. It's a motion that I will read, and I'd like us to keep a little time at the end of the meeting to debate it. I will read it, and then we can discuss it a little later to not interrupt questions to witnesses. It is a motion being tabled in relation to Radio Canada's decision to offer its programming, its news, on the Prime Video platform owned by Amazon. We find that this is a decision that needs to be explained and questioned. So the motion is that, pursuant to Standing Order 1082, the committee invite the CEO of CBC Radio-Canada, Marie-Philippe Bouchard, to appear before the committee for a minimum of 2 hours to explain the decision to make EC RDI's programming available on the Prime Video platform owned by the American multinational Amazon even before it is made available to Quebecers and Francophones in Canada on Tout.tv or on a Canadian-owned platform. Madam Chair, I've prepared this in French and English. It's available to committee members. If I may, I'd like to ask us to reserve time at the end of the meeting today to discuss this motion so we can explain the spirit of this request from the Bloc Québécois. I think everyone agrees. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, thank you to all of the witnesses for joining us today. I think this is an extremely important study. It's a very concerning topic, and the variety of media perspectives here are a testament to that. I'll start with Ms. Carrero, because we've heard a lot about community media, and we know that times are tough. Support isn't what is needed. I also want to ask a question to Mr. Deegan, who represents written media, but you talked about the local journalism initiative. Have you noticed a decrease in support through that program for your members? Is the support still what your members need it to be? Because I know it's essential for local coverage in Quebec and elsewhere. So what is the state on the ground for your members with the local journalism initiative? Yes, the LJI is something we appreciate. It's funding that's there for stations. We haven't noticed a specific decrease as such. Stations request it and they hope to obtain it. However, we always hope it will be renewed in time for budget 2026. That's what we are hoping for. And sometimes, even if a station has that LJI, it needs to be possible to hire someone. It's not just getting the subsidy, but being able to use it. But that's another kettle of fish, but I just wanted to mention it. The LJI is something we really appreciate, and we really hope to see it renewed in budget 2026. I'd like to ask a question to Paul Deegan as well. I know your members often use that very important program, the Local Journalism Initiative. For written media, it's very important. Andréane Larouche, the member for Shefford, received from the Val West newspaper in her area. She was told that the funding had decreased by 30% this year, which has a huge impact on small written media in the regions and community outlets. Is this a concern you've seen at News Media Canada?
Oui, pour les journaux de...
Yes. For newspapers, it's about 37,000 per journalist this year. But we have about 200 journalists under this program. It's very important for weeklies and other independent community media. Have you heard from your members that the program was less generous with them this year? Yes, yes. So there's still the expectation that this program would be increased, which is necessary to address media deserts. Media deserts, news deserts are everywhere. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ms. Carrero. We heard earlier about artificial intelligence, and this will be coming up often in the study, surely. As community media, I imagine you don't use AI to prepare the news and broadcast it, but some media are using that technology due to economic reality, but often they use programs that you don't have access to. So what is your perspective on that distortion and the equity of the rules? I imagine it wouldn't be a cause for celebration. Correct. I think you are correct. Community radio is based on principles that they try to keep up. And if there are people who could use AI, it would be community radio stations because they don't have staff They don't have the necessary funds, but it's not consistent when we see that others can benefit from subsidies. So this is a real issue. We need to maintain our mission. Those tools are there. We can't deny it, but we would like to have assistance in that regard. A question to everyone. For advertising from the federal government, the transfer of advertising from traditional media towards digital media since 2019, I've been in this role, and since 2019, the same thing has been asked, that the government spend less on foreign digital media and more on traditional media. The Friends of Canadian Media have been talking about that for years. I'm sorry, Mr. Chaput, but your time is up. There's no time for an answer. You can answer a little later. Thank you. The next time, perhaps.
Mr. Diot, you now have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dhanraj, I found your testimony quite fascinating. I was a journalist for myself for 30 years. I was also a national director of the Canadian Association of Journalists. Journalism has indeed changed. You noted that you used to sit down and watch Milton Nash as the voice of, a trusted voice. I also remember Lloyd Robertson as a kid watching him. Peter Kent, Stanley Burke. Ironically, Peter Kent stepped down in 1978 after criticizing political interference from the Liberal Prime Minister. So the CBC does talk about being diverse, inclusive, fair and balanced, yet one of the CBC's premier segments is something called At Issue, which features Toronto Star journalist Chantal Hebert, Athia Raj, and Globe and Mail journalist Andrew Coyne. In what universe is this diverse, fair, or balanced as a news panel?
Well, I mean, the National makes their own decisions, I suppose, in terms of who they put on that panel. And it's Rosie's panel, so Miss Barton's panel. So I guess you can have to talk to her about the editorial decisions. But what I was attempting to do on this program was have that diversity of opinion. And, when they canceled the panel, I sent in a note to panelists asking for feedback. And I was disciplined for that. And I just want to talk about this NDA that I got, because it's important, because I was raising concerns about editorial, and I was slapped with this NDA here, which is a practice that the CBC is using frequently, which was raised by Dave Seglins, and you guys all have the paper. Dhanraj has considered whether he has a human rights complaint with respect to the issues in dispute, and by his signature below confirms that he does not. Further, he confirms that he seeks no right or remedy under the Canadian Human Rights Act as amended with respect to the issues in dispute, and any such claim is barred by this agreement. That should be shocking to every member on this committee. And I hope that other members on the committee take an interest in terms of the issues that I'm outlining here, because it is very important. We should not have a public institution silencing their own employees and having them waive their rights under the Canadian Human Rights Act. That should be shocking.
Getting back to the bigger issue of the fairness and balance in news, you mentioned at one point that CBC management actually prevented you from interviewing conservative leader Pierre Poilievre on your show. Can you describe what happened there?
Yeah, well, I basically wasn't allowed to pick up the phone and talk to conservatives. I have some G chats here, which I just want to, read you part of this. I'm talking to my senior producer. I'm saying, okay, this is an editorial discussion. Can we get a conservative perspective on this is essentially what I'm saying. It is a no to the conservatives, I'm told. We can't chase anyone from the entire party. The chase is with PNP. So if Power and Politics is not able to secure a conservative or somebody that presents an alternate perspective, then we are not allowed to. I'm told at one point, we're sure that there's a myriad of other types of interesting guests that you can chase outside of the Conservatives. Can I be included on Conversations with Power and Politics? That's not how we work. I say to management, by playing petty office politics, we feed into conservative narratives that we have a bias against them. Canada Tonight is a melting pot of news of the day, and politics and decisions from it largely impact Canadians. So we need flexibility to respond to emerging stories. So yes, I wasn't even allowed to pick up the phone and call to request Pierre Poilievre. Look at what happened when I had Melissa Lantsman on my show, right? I was threatened to be pulled off the air, which CBC then said in a news statement they didn't threaten to do that. There are recordings of them trying to do this.
Why do you think they were doing that?
I mean, there's an effort to essentially protect those in Ottawa in terms of their perspectives on these things, in terms of who they want on the show. It should be about, we did an interview with Karen Johnson, my co-host on the new podcast I'm doing. It is out right now. She's another former CBC employee that is talking about the toxic culture. She said that she alleges that she was called a brown Barbie, a bimbo, but she says that it's a very high school culture. And these are things that this is fine. If you have hosts doing that, it's not fine, but okay. But management, you are responsible for dealing with it. And so if management is not going to do anything, if the president of the CBC is going to come here and expect a tongue lashing and then be able to go back to the CBC and continue to get funding without accountability, these practices will continue. So shame is clearly not enough to get the CBC to a place where they will hold themselves accountable. So it's incumbent upon this committee to do that.
Ms. Royer, you have the floor now for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Merci, Madame Chair. I'd like to begin by welcoming witnesses from my community, Janice Clue and Mario Bartel of Freshet News. Thank you both for your decades of service. When Glacier Media's Tri-City News closed last year, it was a devastating loss for our riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam. And I'm extremely grateful that veteran reporters like yourselves stepped forward.
I'm sorry, Ms. Royer, your audio is a little low for the interpreters. I'm hearing that they are having trouble hearing you. Can you try moving your boom closer to your mouth and see if that's any better?
Is that better? Is that better? Madam Chair, is that better?
Yeah, I think it's better.
A little bit better. Okay.
Yeah, just keep that boom close to your mouth. It just sounded that you were a bit far away.
I'll keep it close. And is that, are we going to start the clock from the beginning?
No, you can have your time back.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, merci, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by welcoming witnesses from my community, Janice Clue and Mario Bartel of Fresh.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Roy. The audio
you're still
is
not getting
good.
it. Oh,
Right?
no. Okay. Let me just check the connection.
Yeah, I'm going to suspend for a minute while we try and work this out, okay?
Okay. Merci.
All right, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Travis appear before a parliamentary committee in Ottawa. This is the Heritage Committee. He started with opening statements, and as promised, he did name names in terms of the people who were roadblocks to what he perceived as fair coverage and fair treatment during his time at the CBC. He is being asked questions at this point. Now, he's part of a panel of a number of people, so everyone had their opportunity to make opening statements, and now members of the committee, which are made up of all three of the parties, all different parties, rather, I should say, not just three. They will have their chance to ask panelists some questions, and you can see that the majority of the questions being directed, at least by the conservative side, are to Travis about his experience in his time at the CBC. So we're on a brief pause right now inside of the hearing because one of the panelists is having some audio difficulty, but I want to cover a few things that Travis talked about. One of them was he has two binders with him, and they've got CBC's logo on them, and it says the receipts. And he's reading from those some correspondence that he had kept, audio recordings, emails that went back and forth between himself, his editorial leadership, between different people within the newsroom, either, about rules, about protocols, about discipline. And so those are the sorts of pieces of evidence that he's presenting in front of Parliament right now. He's not doing it all. He's not dropping everything because there is a case being made for the Human Rights Commission, which we spoke to Catherine Marshall, who's his lawyer, about a little bit earlier. And some of that evidence is all of that evidence is being submitted to the Human Rights Commission. And so some of that is being held. But he has disclosed a lot. For example, he has this email that he's submitting into committee. It's called the Parameters for Political Guests. So Travis has talked about how he was prohibited from contacting certain people. He was not allowed to have conservative voices, not even allowed to pick up the phone and to call them to ask them to be on a show. And so there were guidelines, procedures, protocols that CBC put out for that. And Travis has submitted what that is to committee. All right, we're going to head back inside live to Parliament.
Mr. Tumba. The floor goes to Mr. Tumba for 5 minutes, starting now. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excuse me. It won't be long. I'll start with Ms. Carrero. Thank you for your presentation. I think my colleague Ferez raised the point earlier. I'd like to hear you tell us about, community media outlets ask for advertising. How much can that help radio stations can survive? Well, in fact, as I was saying earlier, there's a subsidy that's received, but it doesn't cover the salary or barely of one employee for a radio station. So community radio stations have to be creative and find other ways, and advertising revenue are one of those ways to make up for that shortfall. There are also other ways of proceeding. Community radio stations have bingos, for example. That helps with funding as well. So these are ways to address a need that isn't covered by subsidies. So it's something very important and has always served the model of these media outlets. That's how they operated for a long time. It's nothing new. So it's a loss from recent years, and that's why we're really calling for a return of that advertising revenue. Thank you, Ms. Carrero. Mr. Bartel, Ms. Cleux, what you experienced last year, I don't know how to describe it, but you are a model of resilience in the face of challenges, because despite what you went through, you came back, and we can tell you love media, you love your work. My question is, when you talk about having bigger donations, do you have like a number in mind in terms of funding?
Well, we did launch a founders club that allowed people to donate $1,000, a minimum $1,000. And we recognize them in ads in our newspaper, house ads in our newspaper, and the campaign didn't really get going as strongly as we wanted to because we kept running into roadblocks with trying to issue tax receipts. We're not a charity. And a few efforts we did try would have run afoul of CRA, and we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to do anything illegal or that would come back and bite us. So we don't know. I mean, we got some support from our union and some other groups that did step up selflessly and say, we believe in this too. This is important. This is important for our community. But we don't know what kind of potential is out there if we don't have some of these tools available to us, like being able to issue tax receipts and that. And we spent a lot of time trying to investigate things. My colleague here, Janice, has spent a lot of time writing grant applications, and as we said, it's often fitting a square peg into a round hole where we're trying to get grants as cultural or as institutions, things like that we kind of fit into, but it all depends on how you look at it. So it's a lot of effort to find money wherever we can to try and give us that foundation that we can build upon.
Pour terminer, M. Deguin, je vous entendais parler de votre
Mr. Deguin.
intervention.
I listened to your opening remarks. You want Canadian media, you want the government of Canada to consider them. Do you think some media outlets are not taken into account by the government of Canada? What would be your proposal to move forward?
L'année dernière, je pense.
Last year, I think the government spent about.
Okay, we want to just pause for a second because I have Tony Clement with us, and I want to make sure Tony gets some time on here. And Tony, I will interrupt if Travis comes back on so we can listen in. But thank you for joining us. Of course, people will know Tony Clement. He's been both the federal and provincial cabinet minister after leaving politics. You're now, you do all sorts of things, including independent media. So thank you for spending some of your time with us this afternoon. I'll just say to you, I want to ask you a bit about this because it seems like most governments, with the exception of the Trudeau Liberal government, were at a constant state of warfare with the CBC, right? Like when you were part of the Harper government, it certainly wasn't a very friendly environment. Do you think, like when the Conservatives talk about the CBC, the money that they're giving to the CBC, the government, is it ideological? Is it accountability? What is behind that?
I think it's a combination of a number of things, and particularly because the CBC, by virtue of its structure and mandate, has a leg up on private sector media. They get government funding. They are still allowed to get private sector funding through sponsorships and commercials. And then they continually were expanding their mandate to podcasts or news blogs, all of these things that the independent media were doing, and it was all being state subsidized. So I think from a fairness perspective, that was a big problem. And of course, overlaid on that is a general perception by conservatives that there's not a lot of conservative voices in the CBC for an institution, a state-backed institution that claims to represent Canada. There wasn't a lot of representation of a particular point of view. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and you kind of started your own independent podcast platform. You you speak to audience just like we do directly. Do you think that's kind of the direction that we're heading to with journalism? Like, where do you kind of see things going here?
I'm actually very optimistic about journalism. I think that this whole move to continually state subsidize journalism is bound to failure. People are judging by what they are judging the old media as found wanting, and are gravitating towards new media and independent media, whether it's podcasts or independent broadcasting, you name it, YouTube videos. There's not a diminution of people acquiring and consuming news. I believe Canadians consume a lot of news. They're just not getting it in the same place that they're parents or their grandparents did. So I think that that is actually a good trend. I think that that means that there is still competition and different viewpoints and even more varied viewpoints than had been available before. So I'm not one of these people that is doing a requiem for old media. I just think things are transforming to new versions of consumption of media.
Yeah, and while that audience gets redirected elsewhere, the government still continues to fund the CBC at, over $1 billion. And do you think that that sort of funding should continue? Like, should they be a place that still survives because there is, a need for local news and no one's doing that? Like, what are your thoughts on kind of the viability of the CBC and where that goes?
Yeah, I think you have to sort of split up the CBC into different segments. I think CBC radio performs a function in rural communities and other remote communities that cannot be replicated. I think that with some reform, Radio-Canada in Quebec can perform a useful function. Then you've got CBC television, English television. And I just think that what it's providing has already been replicated. There's no need for state funding of that. So I think there has to be a new model for that, quite frankly. I think sticking with a model that's been around for almost 100 years isn't good statecraft. It isn't new thinking. And just because it's the way it was done since 1935 doesn't make it the way it should be done for the rest of the 21st century.
Okay, Tony, thank you. I'm going to have to leave you here and go back to Travis. Thanks so much, Tony.
Professional reprisal. But I also know that this was raised repeatedly. And whether or not there was influence from the former prime minister's office in terms of editorial decisions that were being made on Power and Politics or not, even the allegation of that on its face needs to be investigated. And from my understanding, and CBC can put out a statement correcting me if I'm wrong on this, I don't think that there was ever an investigation. That is a serious concern, right? I mean, if there are repeated, allegations made about perhaps there's too much influence here. Now, let me just say this as well. I was a reporter in Ottawa. I've been at Queen's Park. I was the Queen's Park bureau chief for Global. Reporters have sources. We all know that. But there's a line where that leads into editorial decision-making, and you have to make sure that that is clear. And if there's even an allegation that may have been crossed, you have to look deeper.
I guess to that end then, we know that public trust toward the media in general is on the decline. We know that that is true with the CBC. There's no exception there. In your mind then, is that lack of trust justified?
I think that right now, the CBC, by continuing to put out statements and to come to these committees and say, yeah, we might have a little bit of a problem, but, overall, we're not biased. That's gaslighting Canadians. Canadians can see that this is an issue, right? And this is folks have accused me of coming here being a cheerleader for the Conservatives. I am not a cheerleader for the Conservatives. I'm sorry. I'm not a cheerleader for the Liberals either. I was trying to do my job as a journalist, and part of that is being balanced. And so when you have, when I was pulled into these disciplinary meetings, I was told that it was editorializing because I put that Catherine Tate wouldn't come on the program, and it's unfortunate. This is unfortunate, was editorializing, right? And was perceived bias. There's a lot of perceived bias going on that I don't see any discipline around. So I think CBC needs to have, a wake-up call here in terms of accountability. And really, that's incumbent upon this committee. I have made recommendations. There are 11 recommendations in terms of how to, move some of this forward. When it came to Mr. Cochrane, this is during the convoy, for example. We were talking about Tamara Litch, who was an individual who was involved in the convoy. We were doing a story around that. And off the hand remarks can be made at times. And I said, I think that she has a couple of different last names. People who live in trailers usually do. You know, okay, off-color remark, but if this is a pattern, right? You have to, if your staff on your own show are raising this, if people are leaving the program, you have to look a little bit deeper into it, as opposed to pulling me off the air for saying it's unfortunate the president didn't come on the show.
So the Canadian public is paying for this to the tune of about $1.4 billion. And then, of course, the government also increased that by an additional $150 million. At the end of the day, then, the public is the shareholder and also the ones that are supposed to be benefiting from this news coverage. In your estimation, what changes are needed to actually restore that trust?
Well, I think that there needs to be an overhaul when it comes to management. You have my specific recommendations, but I will also say this. I am not here as somebody who does not believe in public broadcasting. I was on Jonavision. I started as an audience coordinator when I was 19 years old at the CBC. I worked on the Air Farce. I worked on the Red Green Show. I then left. I came back. I worked at CBC Edmonton. I worked at CBC Toronto. Left. Came back again. I took a pay cut to come back to the CBC. I used to walk around the CBC Broadcast Center when I was 19 years old and sneak into the newsroom. And I thought, I want to be at this place at some point. This is the heart of this building, the news organization. And it has gotten so far away from what it was. The CBC should not be a polarizing force. It needs to bring Canadians together, and it has the infrastructure to be able to do that. But until there's a recognition of the problem from management, nothing will happen. And they fail to recognize this. I would be willing to sit down tomorrow with the new president to talk about some of this stuff, right? But good people are leaving, they're being forced out, and their concerns are being dismissed because it's about protecting reputation. Well, here's some news. I don't have to be wanting to destroy the CBC because management and executives are doing a great job of that on their own.
Thank you. We're going to try one more time with Ms. Royer to see if we have sound now that you have a new headset. You have the floor for 5 minutes. Fingers crossed.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So I'd like to begin by welcoming witnesses from my community, and that is Janice Clue and Mario Bartel of Freshet News. And I want to thank you both for your decades of service. And of course, when Glacier Media's Tri-City News closed last year, it was a devastating loss for our riding of Port Moody Coquitlam. And why is this? Because democracy only works when citizens can see the truth clearly, and that requires strong, independent journalism so that voters can make informed choices and hold leaders accountable. Janice, in your own words, you actually said that this is dangerous. So this brings me to the matter of journalistic integrity and the Journalist Code of Ethics. And I'd like to really drill down, if I could, with you and Mario. So with the advent of podcasts and online news, there's a great deal of misinformation. How were Freshet journalists trained, and is that the norm?
I was trained in Britain under a program called the NCTJ, National Council Training of Journalists. There's a standardized curriculum in colleges and universities in Britain. You do a year program and take legal courses, municipal government courses, shorthand. You then go out in the field for 18 months, and then we all write a national exam in the end. We don't have this in Canada. We need this in Canada. It's similar to a trade like Red Seal, and it would help with municipalities that are struggling with reporters who call themselves reporters and they're not professionally trained. It would help with municipalities figure out who should be at the table, who should be at the media table.
Okay, got it. Can we drill down a little bit further and speak to the core principles? So what really are the core principles of the Code of Ethics for journalists? What are the pillars?
Well, you try to be balanced. You try to give both sides of an issue. You try to give a fair representation of, when we cover city council, you try to give a fair representation of the concerns that were raised and how they were raised, so that when readers read how a decision came to be, they have some knowledge as to what what some of the downfalls might be, what some of the advantages might be, and you just sort of, you report. You don't interpret, you report.
I'm actually understanding that, yeah, just what you said, Mario, that accuracy and verification are absolutely key. Multiple sources, that there needs to be journalists themselves need to be free from conflicts of interest, and there can't be any exchange of gifts or favors. There is a high level of accountability and transparency. Can you speak to some of these principles and how you report, and also avoiding bias, how you bring that into Freshet News?
Well, I think we do as we've always done. We stand apart. We don't try and cultivate friendships or favor with anybody. We go in there and we go in with a fresh mind as to what is being discussed, what the issues are, and you give a fair ear to all sides and report accordingly.
I know that there was a gap between the closure of Tri-City News, Glacier Media, and Freshet opening. And of course, the closure happened just ahead of the election. What do you feel the impact was on the electorate in making decisions in the lead up to the election? What actually happened?
It said in the opening, as we had said in the opening, we couldn't cover candidates, and the readers were lost. They didn't know who to vote for. They didn't know where to go. And again, it was very dangerous to democracy. So having corporate media pull out in the middle of the federal election was devastating to our readers and to the advertisers and to the candidates.
Well, in a normal news cycle too, we would be there covering all candidates' meetings and bringing readers who we're there. We're kind of the proxy for people who don't go, but still may be interested. They may not be interested in sitting around for 2 hours and at a meeting, or they just weren't able to go. So we're the proxy. That's how we see ourselves. Same city council, anything we cover, we're kind of the proxy for the public. So when you are able to give a flavor for a candidate and what they said and the issues that were raised by people at all candidates meetings, that's bringing information to the larger public as well, and hopefully that then informs everybody a little bit better about when it comes to marking their ballot, which way they're going to go.
We also cover a very
Yeah.
large. We also cover a very
Well, and I
large
noticed that there was
cross-section.
a prevalence of other sort of freelancers, journalists that we've never heard of before that were sort of taking up the space in the news desert. And I think people were then tuning into that because they were hungry. I think the electorate is particularly hungry for.
This is all the time we have for
reporting.
this question. I'm
Merci,
sorry,
merci,
Ms.
madame.
Roy, but I really appreciate that you make the point that journalists have to be in the room at the school board meetings and at the city halls and in the courtrooms. And when people say AI can take over the job of journalism, I think they don't understand what journalism is then, because AI can't be in those rooms. Mrs. Thomas, you now have the floor for 5 minutes.
Awesome. I'm going to ask one quick question and pass it off to my colleague. My question is for Mike, Mr. Fiddleman, or your colleagues. And my question is this. You made a statement with regards to linking the safety and security of the Jewish community here in Canada to biased coverage from the news media. And I would like you to take a moment and just expand on that in terms of the consequences that are there.
Sure. Sorry, you cut out there for a second. I'll speak to a bit of a portion, then I'm going to hand off to my colleagues on Zoom as well. The first thing is what's reported today becomes domestic and foreign policy tomorrow. And I echo Mr. Dhanraj's comments about a very, let's call it a jaundiced marketplace of ideas. What we have seen in the past couple of years, most certainly as it relates to the CBC, is the elevation of radical voices, giving them a platform, giving them undue legitimacy. Which we feel really does serve to elevate the fringe and marginal voices who are traditionally, again, on the fringe, trying to work their way into the mainstream. And then it serves fundamentally to fan the flames of hatred against Israel and the Jewish community. More specifically, HR Canada Charitable Organization and InnoHives did a long-term 2-year study on the Hamas-Israel war, which found that there was this asymmetry in the CBC's coverage. most specifically that it elevated radical voices like Independent Jewish Voices, which is a radical anti-Zionist hate group. And giving them this platform, again, it bestows this kind of credibility which they don't deserve. But I'll allow Dr. Haran Shaninarkis and Amanda Eskenazi to speak in more detail about their work.
So I'll just say briefly, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Mike. Can you hear me right? Hopefully? Okay. So I'm here as a scientist. And if there are any questions about the research we conducted, I'm happy to answer. I'll just say that taking into account the asymmetry that's already inherited in the Israeli-Gaza war, we found some very troubling evidence showing, for example, how the CBC is using headlines in order to promote one side of the story, such that even when you compare that to the actual reporting by the CBC and the way they...
Il y a un enjeu avec l'audio, encore une fois.
Madam Chair, there's an issue with the audio. The interpreters are struggling to interpret.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we don't have good sound for your intervention there.
Is that better right now? Or if not, maybe Amanda can take that? Is it?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
All right, if you are just joining us, committee is on a bit of a pause because they've got audio issues too. They are gonna wrap pretty soon, I think. Right now they're getting through a bunch of panelists on the health of mainstream media in Canada. And a lot of the focus today, though, is on CBC's funding, their mandate, on Travis's testimony of editorial bias, of discrimination and tokenism. And I just want to remind folks to stay tuned after this committee wraps up. Travis and I will speak. We'll go over some of his testimony and we'll recap all that for you in case you missed any of it. But I want to thank you for tuning in so far, and we'll join the broadcast once again.
Real, honest news about what's going on in the world. And they're beating a very one-sided drum, a very one-sided narrative. And that's what's being offered to Canadians. Of course, Canadians are going to be angry. They're going to be upset because what they're being told, the reality is upsetting and angering. And when you only present one side of what is going on, you end up with a very ideologically, you end up with an ideology, you don't end up with reality and with the facts. And so I think when you are feeding Canadians, the CBC is not telling Canadians how to think about an issue. They're showing Canadians what to think about the issue. And that should not be the role of our public broadcaster. And as you know, to just return it to your question, Mrs. Thomas, that if you have consistently one-sided narratives like this, of course you are going to have people who feel that they need to do something about it. And when we have one-sided narratives that demonize an entire group of people, because that's what's happening, then of course you are going to have people who are angry about that and feel that they need to do something about that. And that, unfortunately, is what we're seeing on the streets in Canada right now and what we saw this weekend in Toronto.
Thank you. Mr. Miles, you now have the floor for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody for being here today and getting this study started off in a very lively way. I want to talk, I think we're all very interested in making sure that there's a diversity of voices in journalism, and that's what makes great journalism. One thing I'm curious about is the right balance between, how we can create an ecosystem where the private broadcasters and journalists thrive as well as a public broadcaster, like what the balance looks like, especially in rural communities. I find that one thing, and I think it speaks to what's been mentioned, is that often rural voices are not actually, particularly as more and more newspapers in small towns close, more and more radio stations in small towns close. How do we make sure that things aren't centralized just to the cities of Canada, but the voices of rural Canadians are also part of all the conversations we're having? Maybe I'll start with Paul to speak about that, if you get some thoughts.
So much. I think one of the programs that's important for rural voices is the local journalism initiative. Many of our members would be a couple, let's say perhaps in their mid 70s, they own the local community newspaper, their kids have moved to the city or doing something else. And the LJI is a way of getting a reporter into that community, invested in that community, covering cops, courts, city hall, that kind of stuff. So I think the LJI in terms of the rural coverage is absolutely critical. One thing I will say about the CBC, and this is an issue in particular in rural communities, CBC has been poaching journalists from community newspapers. And this is a problem. There's a terrific column written by Tim Schultz of the St. Albert Gazette, and I think you should all read it. It's in his own paper, and it's also in the National Post. But take a look at that. I mean, we're losing journalists to the CBC. They're getting more money, better benefits. And listen, we don't begrudge the CBC, but I'll give you just one example. Jeff LG, who's an entrepreneur who owns Village Media, Jeff trained a journalist. The journalist was hired by the CBC, went to Toronto. Jeff sort of felt okay about that. The journalist is in Toronto for a while. Then they move that same journalist back to the Sioux, competing with him, and he trained that journalist. And that's a real issue. It's an issue, in Franco-Manitoban communities, for example. This is an issue that we're very concerned about is the poaching of talent. And again, it's a free labor market, but to actually go after and pick off people from community newspapers in communities like Banff, it's just not fair.
I think it's part of what I'm looking to get at too is some of those places of conflict or whatever between the two sectors and how we can actually seek to support both in the ideal world and to make sure that those voices are not, particularly in the rural communities, not dismissed. Are there others?
I mean, I think, one of the challenges that we've got is Canada Post and just in terms of sort of, distribution. So a lot of our members, these are a printed product, a community newspaper. Canada Post has made a decision that if you have a Canadian Tire flyer in your newspaper, it falls under something called the Consumer's Choice Program. So if a community says, for example, I don't want junk mail, essentially then you're not able to deliver that, newspaper to the community with a Canadian Tire flyer. And the Canadian Tire flyer, that might be for that particular publisher, $75,000 a year in revenue. That's 2 reporters. So I think there's lots that the federal government can do to ensure that rural community news outlets thrive. And the CBC is one avenue, Canada Post is another.
Are you encouraged at all by the idea of CBC moving into rural communities and broadening the base of some of their stations?
Look, our view is CBC should be complementary, not competitive. And if they move into communities that are already well served, that's an issue. They should move to areas that aren't served. And when you look at the list that the CBC put forward in the editor's blog, they've done it twice in the last sort of year or so. Many of these communities are already well served by community newspapers, community radio stations. And so I think that's something we have to look at. They shouldn't be sort of predatory in the marketplace, if you will.
Very, very good. I had just one quick question on ad. Do I have a little bit of time? Just speaking with the ad thing, when you're saying, I'm curious to know when you say private enterprises actually kind of bought into local advertising even more than the government, what motivates that?
Because we're a great way of reaching Canadians.
Right.
86% of Canadians read newspaper content each week. When you advertise in a community newspaper, it's in a brand safe environment. Some of these digital ads you do, you have no idea where your ad is going to wind up on, some porn site or something or other, right? So we're a great way to reach Canadians. We're cost effective. And, we would, if we're getting ads from, the banks, the airlines, the telcos, et cetera, how come we're not getting ads from our own government? All of the federally regulated industries, the grocery stores, they all advertise with newspapers. And yet we don't really see a dime from the federal government. That's a problem.
Sector.
But your time's up. I'm
Sorry.
Mr. Moss.
Thank you. Thank you both.
I gave you a bit of leeway there, but there's a limit. Monsieur Shampoo, je vous passe la parole pour.
Mr. Shampoo, I will give you the floor for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fegelman, you surprised me earlier when you talked about radical comments that distort media coverage. You have an organization, Honest Reporting, that looks at the accuracy of reporting with the conflict in Israel against Hamas, and now the conflict with Iran. And I think that's quite fine to have groups that look at the quality of journalistic coverage with a conflict situation. It's even more delicate. I think that's good. I think it's important. But your methods are unacceptable, Mr. Fegelman. You have a website where you directly attack journalists who have coverage work that does not please you. And that, to me, I don't understand how you call yourself someone who looks at the quality of coverage when you use methods that look like harassment. Laura Julie Perrault, Magdalene Boutros are targeted on your website. Rather than calling out the coverage that you find not good enough, you attack the work of the journalists and you encourage your supporters to write directly to them, and you give them a template to write directly to them. Thousands of emails have been sent to those journalists and maybe to others. Do you think that harassment method of journalists is a constructive way to ensure that coverage of these very important and sensitive issues? Do you think that harassment method of journalists is the right one? Do you stand by that?
For your question, Mr. Shampoo, if I may answer your question with a question to you, when your constituents contact you with concerns and complaints, would you characterize that as harassment?
Pas du tout, parce que
Not at all. My constituents expect that I do the work, and they elected me, and they have the right to contact me directly. You could contact the media that hires these people. You could be in touch with the CBC ombudsman. That's how it works. You don't directly contact the journalist. It becomes personal. It becomes an attack on the work and often the integrity of the person, because you are going after someone who shouldn't be receiving thousands of nonsense emails. As politicians, we expect this. It's part of the job. Journalists shouldn't be undergoing this. So go after elected officials, those who manage CBC Radio-Canada, La Presse, Le Devoir, but let journalists do their work and have comments from their bosses. Don't you think that would be the right way to proceed?
Regard ourselves as an added layer of editorial oversight. In a world where we're hearing of massive cutbacks in the Canadian journalism landscape, where there's less verification, we found that actually most journalists value the work that we do, because that may surprise you, because we're pointing out the unfairness.
Est-ce que vous êtes en mesure, dans ce cas-là, parce qu'il me reste très peu de temps?
In that case, because I have very little time, I'm sorry. Are you able, because I have very little time left, are you able to provide the names of journalists who support your work, journalists and media, not commentators, credible ones? Which journalists support the style of approach you have with journalists regarding the quality of their work? We could have this conversation for a long time. I think the chair will interrupt me soon, but if you want to respond to what I've just said, I would be pleased to read your comments. You could write to the committee, send all of the documents you wish, and we can even pick up this conversation, you and I, afterwards, because I think this is a very important issue. It's about the credibility of your comments, which could be very good in this debate. Perhaps they can provide that information to the committee. If you can come back with those names that Mr. Shampoo has asked for, that would be later that we would accept that information, because we're out of time.
Request to go 2 minutes for each party before we finish this conversation, before we get to Mr. Shampoo. Is that okay? Everybody okay with that? Okay. Mrs. Thomas, you have 2 minutes.
I'll be taking this 2 minutes. Yeah, Mr. Fegelman, it was very interesting when you said that you indicated that a CBC executive said that the network shouldn't refer to Hamas as a terrorist group, even though the government of Canada has recognized them as a terrorist group since 2002. Why should the public be alarmed at this?
Well, in the Canada Gazette, it is publicly listed that they are a terrorist group. Their day job is to strap a suicide vest on themselves and with the intent of maiming and murdering innocents. When our media sanitize language, it effectively legitimizes the actions, or at least it distorts. People aren't fully aware that what these people do, what their intentions are, is to wipe Israel and Jews off the map. So it is really misrepresenting the facts on the ground. Language matters. Diction matters.
Now, your organization did do a deep dive into the coverage that happened throughout CBC since October the 7th. Can you just reiterate some of that coverage? And you allege it was highly biased.
Well, I'd like to recount a couple of examples of CBC bias that we've come across. The first, on February 16th, CBC Radio Canada's correspondent Elisa Serrett, who was later suspended, uttered an anti-Semitic trope on air when claiming that, and I quote, the Israelis, in fact, the Jews, finance a lot of American politics and control a big machine. It's a clear-cut anti-Semitic trope. CBC continues to use reporters who've expressed radical anti-Israel views. They have a journalist named Sarah Jabakanji, who in 2021 signed an open letter boldly proclaiming that there should be more pro-Palestinian coverage. That's just at the CBC. I would refer you to my colleague Amanda Eskenazi, who can talk in specifics about some of the results of the study that they did about the CBC's bias.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. We just have 2 minutes for everybody. It's a really quick, it's like, we call it the lightning round, kind of like a game show. Mr. Miles, you have 2 minutes.
Sure. You know, I think I'll just go right back to Paul because we get a little interrupted. I'm sorry to keep on going back at you, but because I'm curious about this advertising piece, because I hear you. I hear what you're saying as an opportunity, obviously, to support these, journalists and the work of these papers and broadcasters. But at the same time, there has been a decline in private advertising in newspapers, certainly. Like that's a fact as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So just for ballpark numbers, so advertising in Canadian newspapers a dozen years ago would have been about $3.5 billion. Today, it's probably 900 million or so.
Okay, so the private sector has also abandoned that route.
I wouldn't say abandoned. I'd say they've changed in terms of their spend, but we're still doing okay in terms of a lot of community newspapers. I mean, if you pick up a community newspaper, you're going to see the ad from the Chevy dealer. You're going to see, the ad from the Remax agent. Like we still do okay. But disproportionately, we don't do well with government, and in particular with the federal government.
That's interesting. And is it because they believe that this is where the eyeballs are? They should go where the eyeballs are? Is that not?
So the government has an agency of record, right? And I think this dates back to the sponsorship era, or the sponsorship scandal from years ago. So the government has an agency of record that makes the decision. It used to be COSAT, it's now WPP. I think that those firms have done what is easiest and most profitable for them, which is programmatic advertising, those ads that just sort of pop up everywhere. You develop much more of an impression. If you take out a full page ad in the Killiel de Saint-Hyacinthe, par exemple, you're going to make much more of an impact than a little programmatic advertising that pops up.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you.
I know there's lots of individual MPs advertising in our local media, but that's a different budget, and I won't get into it. La parole est à vous, Monsieur Champoux.
Now you have the floor, Mr. Champoux, 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know I'd have this additional 2 minutes. I'd feel bad if I didn't give Mr. Fegelman the opportunity to respond to my comments. I thought we would continue our conversation by email or otherwise, but Mr. Fegelman, I'll give you a minute to respond to what I said earlier if you wish. if you want to pick up.
Didn't hear your question when you first asked. If you don't mind asking the question, forgive me, the audio is terrible for me.
La question là que je viens de vous poser.
Yeah.
The
En
question
fait,
I just asked, well, I'm giving you the opportunity to respond to what I said earlier. We ran out of time for you to respond.
est-ce que la traduction, est-ce que vous avez la traduction en
Are
anglais?
you having the interpretation into English? Do you hear the interpretation? Testing on the English channel.
We want to make sure that our system is working properly. Is it that you can't hear or that there's no translation?
Translation.
English channel. If I speak, can you hear the English? Is the English interpretation coming through? Is there a problem? Testing on the English channel. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Interpretation into English. Is this working for you? Can you hear? Okay. Okay. I didn't have my microphone on. Is it working now? Is it working better?
Okay. Allez-y, Monsieur Champoux.
Go ahead, Mr. Shampoo. My question wasn't really a question, Mr. Fegelman. I was giving you the opportunity to respond to what I said earlier. We were interrupted. We ran out of time. So I am proposing that you respond to my comments for a minute rather than having this conversation later. I was just giving you the floor to respond.
I'll give you an example of some of the dialogue we had in recent days. We filed a complaint with the Globe and Mail to their standards editor because they had published a column that had said that Israel takes Palestinians hostage, which it does not do, which is a violation of international law. We filed a complaint. They received it. They appreciated it. And they took corrective measures to issue a correction. That's the kind of what we consider to be constructive dialogue that is important. And I would also say, with your comment about alleged harassment, if any of our subscribers, we have about 80,000 subscribers from coast to coast. If anyone engaged with a member of the media in a way that we felt was unprofessional, strident, knee-jerk reactionary, we would be the very first to either try to sensitize them to our concerns. And if they weren't listening and were uncooperative, we would take them off our list. We don't think that that is helpful. We think it's actually quite counterproductive.
Donc, si les journalistes émettaient, excusez-moi, si des journalistes...
So if journalists told you they were embarrassed, they were bothered, there's little time. But if journalists told you, we don't agree with the way you're operating, we'd prefer for comments, criticism, discussion of that nature be done with the editors or the bosses of newsrooms rather than journalists directly, you would be open to that? You would be open to that dialogue?
We're certainly open to any kind of dialogue with any different leverage point in the Canadian media landscape. Our challenge, though, is what we oftentimes encounter is window dressing of accountability and evasive efforts in terms of implementation of journalistic standards. Meaning we could bring a grievance to a journalist editor and they may not reply and are totally evasive. And we think that that's quite problematic. So I think there is a necessity for an oversight mechanism. I think broadly speaking, our goal should be that look a very Canadian response with civic engagement, because I think that's fundamentally constructive.
Ouais, c'est là qu'on n'est pas d'accord, Monsieur Fegelman. Je pense que
That's where we don't agree, Mr. Fegelman. I think at a certain point, we have to accept the processes in place. It's not up to journalists or workers who didn't ask to have that relationship to have that harassment directed at them. I think there needs to be a line drawn somewhere. And I think the way you proceed with your call to contact journalists directly by email, I think you're crossing that line. That's my opinion. I think on that, we can end and we can talk about the motion. Yes, exactly. If you wish to begin, Mr. Shampoo, you can introduce. No, let's go ahead. Well, we can continue 5 minutes.
Oh, if you'd like, we're going to discuss the motion that Mr. Shampoo rose earlier today. You don't have to leave. You can stay to the end, but we have finished with our questioning of you. I hope it was not too onerous. We truly appreciate all of your participation, and keep in mind that you're welcome to send in any further information or documentation. I know, Mr. Dhanraj, you've been asked to supply certain documents to this committee, but we can take all of that. Or if there's something you forgot to say, for example, don't hesitate to reach out to the committee, and we can include all of that in our consideration of our report. Thank you again. Mr. Champoux?
Merci, Madame la
Mr.
Présidente.
Champoux, thank you, Madam Chair. I read the motion earlier so that it would be on the record. I just want to give a little bit of context. In Quebec, last week we learned.
All right, we are just coming out of Heritage Committee. That's happening in Ottawa today. That's where Travis was testifying and telling folks there about his experience inside of the CBC. He has presented evidence, 2 binders. He's calling the receipts. And in the meantime, we've been doing the show. So I want everyone just to stay locked in, to stay tuned in, because Travis will be joining us as soon as he can get out of that room. In the meantime, someone's been helping me produce this show, and I don't want him to be damaged by Travis or my reputation, because he is a solid journalist. He's unlike Travis and myself. This is Wyatt Sharp. I want to introduce everyone to Wyatt's been producing this special with us, and Wyatt also has his own show. It's called The Wyatt Sharp Show. Wyatt, I don't think it embarrasses you to tell people that you're young. You are 17 years old, right? Still in high school, but very politically engaged. You consider yourself a journalist. You interview newsmakers, and you have your own show, and you've been following along with the story. So you want to give me some of your initial thoughts out of Travis's testimony?
Yeah, I mean, just quickly, I know we have Travis who's getting set up, so we can go to him in a moment. I just as you point out, I try and remain as kind of nonpartisan as possible. And I think the thing about this story is it is a very nonpartisan story. There have been disruptions that people have raised on both sides of the aisle. We had Sarbjeet Kaur on earlier in the show who was talking about some of those issues as well. And this is not, I mean, I think Travis was talking about this as well, but there is a case to be made for a strong CBC, and no one, at least Travis or otherwise, is saying that we need to, completely defund the CBC. And I think from my perspective as a young journalist, there are few people who were willing to kind of step out and support me when I was 11, 12, 13 years old in the same way that Travis was. I mean, when you're 12 years old in an industry that is otherwise occupied by people 40, 50 years old and even older, it can feel isolating at times. And I'll just give one particular story. I remember being out kind of in Ottawa when President Joe Biden came to Canada, and Travis was there going to like the secure bus and the secure locations to get on everywhere. And Travis was one of the few people who would actually kind of, show me around, kind of mentor me and stuff. So not to make it out as if he's a saint, I'm sure he has his flaws, but just he's kind of
definitely not a saint.
I just want to kind of make it out to people as if, the case is that he is someone who is a very nice person, has a great heart. And I think he is not doing this from a position of, partisanship so much as he just wants journalism to be good. He wants journalism to be strong, as it should be, especially coming from the public broadcaster. That's enough from me. We have someone much more exciting about to join you. So.
Well, we want to bring in Travis, and why did not say all that just because you're coming on, Travis? Okay. Yeah, how'd it go?
I can fact check Wyatt on one thing. I'm definitely not a saint. So he said I'm not a saint, but
I already said that. It's okay.
Yeah, well, you're well aware of that. Listen, I don't know. You tell me, but I think I was disappointed that the only one party asked about some of these really concerning issues. Right? I think I tried to highlight as much as I could in the short time that I had. But I do think that this is one hearing. It's a committee hearing, right? I'm one voice. There are all these other voices. This is a much larger conversation that we need to have as a country. This is bigger than just one person. It's about staff members across regions, across time zones, across newsrooms in this country that have similar concerns. So if the CBC wants to put out a statement today, Chuck Thompson, I'll help you write your statement right now. We are shocked by these false allegations that Mr. Dhanraj once again, put forward today at Parliament. This is an attack on our leaders and news. Okay, whatever. Chuck, just write it, form, put it out. It's not. It's not. These are stories that are real. These are real people's lives. People should not be tokenized. People should not have their voices diminished, right? And so I hope that this is able to start a conversation in terms of what accountability looks like, because the CBC, left to their own devices, we have seen this time and again, do nothing because they are just funded. And there's really no oversight. Sure, will the president come here? Will it get heated a bit? Yeah. What happens after that? So what I really want to see out of all of this, and as I said in the committee, Carmen, I'm willing to sit down with them and have a discussion about some of the systemic issues at play here.
I have a feeling they're not going to take you up on that.
I don't think CBC is going to take me up on that either, which is a shame, though, right? Because, like, you know, this can be a midlife crisis for the CBC, or it could be an end of life crisis. I mean, executives can decide. And as I said, I don't need to destroy the CBC. They're doing a great job of that at 250 Front Street and across the street here on Queen Street in Ottawa for themselves.
Do you have if you have a few minutes, let's just go through some of this, but tell me if you have to run and we'll wrap it up.
I do. I'm being loud in the hallway, so I probably am going to have to go outside and reconnect with you. But sure, yeah, I can ask them one more question.
So I actually want to get into it a bit, but if you want to relocate and then we'll talk about it, that's fine. But I wanted to talk about your actual testimony, the binders, some of the stuff that you brought forward as evidence, and some of the new things that you talked about. So do you want us to hold for that while you move yourself, or you want to get into it now?
Yeah, well, let me go outside. I want to have a dart, which my mother is probably gonna be very upset about.
Don't need that right now. We need you on this live coverage. No smoking.
And then I'll join you back in a
Well,
second.
hurry up. Okay, let me.
5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, everyone say, I'm so sorry. He needs to go have a smoke and go outside. But in the meantime, maybe young Wyatt wants to join me once again. Wyatt Sharp is the host of the Wyatt Sharp show, and a young person and someone who's been helping us behind the scenes produce this special that you see today. And you know why we've had a lot of conversations leading up to the testimony today with people who have talked about the future of journalism. Where does this go? Where are audiences? Like even you are not, I mean, you do network, you do mainstream media, but your show is broadcast on an independent channel. You do a lot of podcasts, you do a lot of other things. So, you know, the bigger picture here really is, where do audiences go? And are we seeing the slow decline of traditional media?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And I don't want this to come from, you know, people assuming that I'm partisan. And I'll even just say in the committee and in the testimony from some of the other speakers, one thing I really appreciated was some of the people talking about the importance of local news, because I do think that, well, there is a strong case to be made for independent media and for what you and Travis are doing, what I'm doing in a number of respects as well. It is still true, and you and Travis will say this yourselves, that you're no longer journalists. You're contributing to kind of the opinion ecosphere and the commentary ecosphere, which also fills kind of an important gap. But I think there is still a need for that kind of journalism piece. And so I think what the kind of committee and some of the testimony was talking about was prioritizing real, factual, and unbiased journalism, which a number of local newsrooms do. So I think it's unfortunate in the US even, where we see layoffs happening at the Washington Post and elsewhere. And I think the question starts to become, you can't make a meaningful case for upholding local news when there are, you know, questions and skepticism surrounding how kind of factual the news and the reporting coming from some of these so-called unbiased entities is actually being. And again, going back to what I said before, I think there's a strong case to be made for, you know, a CBC. And I think a lot of it is changing the medium as to how it is produced. I can talk to, you know, the perspective of people who are my age and in my generation, because I think a lot of them, they're certainly not sitting down watching the National or watching the 6 o'clock news on any station. And that's not even just about CBC. That's just about an accessibility thing, about the fact that young people don't really want to kind of put the time in to do that. They want to get their news in quicker ways. So I think in terms of the medium and, you know, how people consume their news changing, a lot of that does come down to the fact that people are tuning in to these platforms like yours, like Travis's, and other kind of podcasting platforms out there, because it allows them to get the news, but it also allows them to hear kind of a contrast of opinions. And like Travis said, I think it's unfortunate that there are certain kind of facets within the media landscape who are making it where we can't have multiple perspectives included. And I think having multiple perspectives included can can reduce the level of polarization that we're seeing in Canada and the United States, polarization that has gotten so intense at times that it feels as if you can't even have a conversation with other people without it becoming just a shouting match or, a super intense kind of back and forth.
I think also something like that I'm seeing in the comments that I'm seeing as a reflection of what Travis is saying is a general distrust in the institution of journalism, of media, of mainstream media, and the idea that there's a bias there that no one speaks about. And so I think there is a role for journalism, there is a role for objectively reporting things, but then we hear from people like Brian Lilly or Travis where there is sometimes a bias that isn't necessarily acknowledged, and that leads people to distrust the media, to distrust those institutions and not believe them and turning to other sources. And that's not always a good thing. I think it's a good thing that we have like a diversity of places where people can go, but more often than not, when people go to those places, they're hearing what they want to hear, right? They're hearing the same things that, the same, it's groupthink, right? It's like you're speaking in the echo chamber. But at the same time, I think there are people out there doing good work like you, who don't, have that bias. But I think what Travis has presented today about the CBC raises a lot of questions, given that they take so much government money, right? They are funded by taxpayer dollars to the tune of almost $1.5 billion. And therefore, there needs to be a lot of accountability there. And the issues that Travis has raised, the issues we've heard from other people who work inside the CBC, those are legitimate ones that should be addressed. And so far, we haven't seen sort of a reckoning with that.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point, I mean, the amount of money that CBC receives, I think a lot of people, their criticisms about it is that it's wasteful. No one's, or not many people anyways, are disputing the fact that some government money towards a public broadcaster can be a good thing. You see it in the United States with NPR, with PBS, and these are outlets that have done a relatively good job in the US, at least, at kind of maintaining that level of neutrality. People from both sides of the aisle are willing to go on some of these platforms. But when we look at it and kind of what's happening in Canada and what Travis testified about today, it speaks to, I think, a broader problem, and that is when you're investing so much money in a platform, that's one thing, but when you're investing that much money and as a result it's become so polarized and so partisan that now half of the country feels as if they can't tune into that platform and as if the platform doesn't represent their political viewpoints, that's a problem. And I think, we should be encouraging more dialogue, we should be encouraging more conversation from people on all sides of the spectrum who have differences of opinion and bringing them together. And, Brian Lilly was talking about this when you were interviewing him earlier about how when he was on Travis's panel, The Intersection on Canada Tonight, he was brought on with Rachel Gilmore, he was brought on with Sheila Copps, he was brought on with people who are at the complete opposite end of the spectrum, and he felt as if being in kind of a more controlled environment with some of these people who have political disagreements allowed for that conversation to kind of flow naturally. He said he was on with Gurtan Singh, a former NDP MPP in the Ontario legislature, on Canada Tonight with Travis, and he said that show and that appearance with Travis was kind of a medium that then allowed him to maintain a friendship with Gurtan Singh. And so I think having the conversations with people from across the aisle, it fosters a sense of dialogue that can reduce partisanship and reduce polarization. And it's also just very much needed right now. And I think people want to see respectful conversations. They want to see more solutions-focused thinking. They want to see more practical thinking, and they don't want to see those shouting matches and kind of the slogan-based politics that so much of the political and media ecospheres have kind of, come down to now.
Yeah, and I have heard, obviously I know Travis's story well. I know some of the things that he went through. And I wonder, like some of the stuff that he presented today in committee, I don't think you've heard before. So no. I wanted to, get your reaction as someone who's hearing that for the first time, like what you thought about some of the things that he brought forward.
Yeah, and I mean, in total transparency, like many of the people that he was talking about, I don't know. They could be nice people. They might not be nice. I have no idea. I just am hearing about it from Travis, and I don't have a lot of the people he was speaking about were management. They were people behind the scenes. So, kind of trusting what he's saying on that in the sense that he knew them. I didn't. But I mean, I do think there are people who work at the CBC who do great work. And I think there's people who work at the CBC who do very much care about their jobs. And I don't want to take away from some of the good reporters who are working there. But again, I think when you have a host to came from another network. This was not, you know, a lot of people are trying to say that Travis was kind of inserted into this just to make a political argument. He had a 20+ career. He was at Bell Media. You guys worked together at CP24. He was at Global. He was at all of these different platforms. And then he got this opportunity to come to CBC. And I think when he went to CBC, it was his own show. He was expecting that he could have some of these multiple perspectives included on his show. And then when he was told that he couldn't do that, I think was the part that me, as like a young journalist who very much cares about, again, bringing all perspectives together, was taken aback by a little bit, because I thought, if it's the public broadcaster, if it's the, you know, 7 or 8 o'clock primetime show every night, why wouldn't you want to have multiple perspectives included? And that's something that I think, regardless of partisanship, you know, you should be able to at least identify multiple perspectives is a good thing. But we have Travis again, so
yeah,
you'll
okay,
go to him.
White, appreciate you, thank you. Travis, you're back with us. I don't even want to, you shouldn't have told your mom you were going to have a cigarette. You're going to get yelled at. But, oh, I don't think we have audio on you. You got to unmute yourself. There you go. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you. Okay.
All right, there we
So-
go. Can you hear me now? Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I was being told that I needed to come on right away, so I came back to you as quickly as I could.
Okay, listen, we're gonna try to let's do all this. Let's wrap it up. Let's give people like what they want to hear. I want to address some of the comments we've been getting about you in cahoots with the Conservatives, that you are, you know, you're doing their bidding. So let's just get that out of the way. Go address that.
And I'll tell you, because I just ran into Michelle Ferrari in the hallway there, and I ran into a couple of MPs. I saw Anita Anand as I was coming out, and Michelle Ferrari pulled out her phone, and we did a little a thing as I was walking out. That'll be turned into something partisan as well, right? So, I mean, listen, I can't dissuade some people. Whatever I say, some people will think that I am only doing this for partisan reasons, on the left and on the right. I mean, that is the conversation out there. But I mean, like, we have to look at the facts of the matter, right? That's what we have to do. That's how we have to judge things. What happened inside, what was said, that case is before the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Am I the only person saying this? No, there's a lot of people saying this now. There are more people coming out. Perhaps there will be more in the weeks to come.
And is that what was in the binders, Travis? Like, part of what was the evidence that you submitted to the committee today was some of that testimony, not testimony, sorry, some of the accounts, firsthand accounts from people who work at the CBC or had worked at the CBC, and, you know, their experiences that were not dissimilar to yours. That was part of the evidence that you submitted.
Well, so I have the letters that the folks have sent me. We're submitting those to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. CBC knows who those people are. The union knows who those people are, because there have been complaints, right? But I called actually the committee to make sure that I could get assurances in terms of confidentiality, because I understand the real concern that a lot of these folks have for professional repercussions and retaliation, for, you know, reputations being harmed. I mean, what do you think's happening to me right now in terms of this, right? So there weren't those protections there, so that's why it wasn't handed over to them.
Okay.
But it will be handed over to the commission, and I think, you know, what is important here is that there are these NDAs that are being used. So if these
NDAs are non-disclosure agreements.
So
and in your particular,
Carmen, have been coming forward to me, and it's a growing list, and these folks are not under these gag orders. How many people are under these non-disclosure agreements that can't speak out? How much money has the CBC spent, taxpayer money, on fighting cases like mine, on grievances, on systemic issues, on HR consultants to come in? Like, we got to look at the fundamental problem here, right? We can put window dressing up all we want. We can paint the walls, but if the foundation is crumbling, we got an issue.
Yeah. Okay. So the NDA that they tried to make you sign was after what happened, and what did it want you? What did it say?
Well, I mean, I said basically what it said in the committee room, right? That I was basically expected to not speak at all. That's problematic on these issues. there's not an issue related to somebody's human rights, why is that a necessary clause to put into an agreement, right? So, I mean, just on its face, some of these things were very concerning. And I mean, I don't know in what world I would sign a document like that. Clearly,
Well, people
they
do
felt
because
emboldened to put that in front of me. It was just like, it
no,
was
but
standard.
people do because it's like you were up against a major corporation with a ton of money, a ton of lawyers, and sometimes that feels a little helpless. So people signed it because they have no choice. They feel helpless about it. And I get it. Like, but anyway, I do want to I want to throw
I will
to
say this.
yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that this has been, and I think that's an important point that you made, Carmen. It's been an isolating experience. I mean, now I'm able to speak more, and I I am thankful to all of the folks that have been supportive, and even the folks that aren't, that are just listening, right? Uh, but when this was all going on at the CBC, it was very isolating. I didn't have a lot of folks to talk to. I mean, I talked to you about things going on throughout. I remember, my mother came to the set one day. She's from Calgary. My folks they live in Calgary. They're from Trinidad, but they live in Calgary. They've lived there since the 70s. And she came to Toronto. She doesn't come that often. And I took her to the set. And she thought to herself, wow, she said to me, all these folks here, this is your show? And all this stuff had been happening. I never really told them. I said, yeah, it's my show. Bold voice in journalism. That's what the job description said. That's what the tagline of the show is. Bold voice in journalism. I was ashamed to tell my mother that essentially, my voice was diminished. It was not equal to others. So anyway,
Yeah, and I'll to that point, you talked about how good people like yourself were forced out of the CBC, and you talked about that in your testimony. And we want to play back some of that.
Okay,
some of
that's
that.
good.
So the Canadian public is paying for this to the tune of about $1.4 billion. And then, of course, the government also increased that by an additional $150 million. At the end of the day, then, the public is the shareholder and also the ones that are supposed to be benefiting from this news coverage. In your estimation, what changes are needed to actually restore that trust?
Well, I think that there needs to be an overhaul when it comes to management. You have my specific recommendations, but I will also say this. I am not here as somebody who does not believe in public broadcasting. I was on Jonavision. I started as an audience coordinator when I was 19 years old at the CBC. I worked on the Air Farce. I worked on the Red Green Show. I then left. I came back. I worked at CBC Edmonton. I worked at CBC Toronto. Left. Came back again. I took a pay cut to come back to the CBC. I used to walk around the CBC Broadcast Center when I was 19 years old and sneak into the newsroom. And I thought, I want to be at this place at some point. This is the heart of this building, the news organization. And it has gotten so far away from what it was. The CBC should not be a polarizing force. It needs to bring Canadians together. And it has the infrastructure to be able to do that. But until there's a recognition of the problem from management, nothing will happen. And they fail to recognize this. I would be willing to sit down tomorrow with the new president to talk about some of this stuff, right? But good people are leaving, they're being forced out, and their concerns are being dismissed because it's about protecting reputation. Well, here's some news. I don't have to be wanting to destroy the CBC because management and executives are doing a great job of that on their own.
Okay, so that was you just a short time ago.
But they're still gonna get funding, right? I mean that's the thing about the whole thing. Like, I mean, it's frustrating, and I understand why it's frustrating for so many Canadians because it's like, if these issues are brought up and there's no accountability, we're just discussing things. It's like we're on this endless merry-go-round. And the gaslighting of Canadians saying, nothing to see here, maybe there's a little tweak here or there that we need to do. I get why people get frustrated. And I feel like, I messaged you afterwards and I was like, was I too hot Was I too passionate? I'm passionate about this because like I believe that if we want this place to survive, and listen, I know that there's a lot of folks that say goodbye, but we're a big country, as I said, right? If we want, if there is a hope in hell of this place surviving, they got to start fixing some things. They really, really do. And that starts with their staff and the treatment of their staff. This committee hearing was about fairness in media. There's not fairness in terms of staff. Let's start with that. That's a starting point.
Okay.
How much more do you got for me? Because I got to run soon.
Okay, well, you tell me, what else, where are you going?
Well, I got to fly back.
You're flying back.
I'm flying.
Okay.
We have a thing tomorrow morning, right?
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I would just say, like, this is my reflection on it, because I've heard you talk about this the last.
So you tell me.
Like,
why don't you tell me how you think about it?
I just think, like, you've been sitting on this stuff for a long time, and
There's more
sometimes
stuff too.
There's a ton more stuff, right? There's a ton that has to. Yeah, that has to wait sometimes for your legal action, or your
We
human
didn't
rights.
even get to this binder. Look at
Yeah.
this binder.
So I wonder if it's like almost a huge relief to be able to say some of it now and, get out there, because I think you've mainly, except outside of doing our podcast, you haven't really given interviews. You haven't really talked about this with anyone. And today you got to talk about it a bit more openly than you have before. And how did that feel?
It felt okay, but and I'm going to be doing more interviews. I'm going to start doing interviews now. I thought, to myself, I'll just say this and then move on. When we did the podcast, but I think I have a responsibility to keep sounding the alarm. But it's like, is anyone? I know that there are people listening. But is anybody listening that will take some action here in terms of that at the CBC, which is one street over from where I'm standing right now? I know that they're all watching this, but is there anybody in that building, in terms of the management, that wants to take accountability and say, okay, maybe this kid's got a point, right?
Well, since you've spoken out, it's not just you, right? We've gotten
No, it's not just me.
So many people that have written to you, written to the show.
Yeah. And
I've read some of those firsthand accounts today for the first time. Yep, go ahead.
And can I just say on that, like the portion where I was talking about these other individuals, I was able to read like a sentence or two because of time. These are detailed accounts, right? We got receipts.
I wonder how you and maybe like when people like you talk about stuff like this, how do you respond to criticism that it's disgruntled employee? It's
some of these people are current employees.
Right. It's just it's like this is workplace stuff.
Yeah.
It's not.
Listen, you heard the story of Karen Johnson. Is that
Yeah.
Wouldn't you be a bit disgruntled as well if those allegations are true? Right. So anyway, that's thrown around so easily. Oh, this person's bitter. Were the concerns legitimate? Right? Were they addressed? What were the steps taken? Like, all of these are relevant questions before you just toss somebody's story aside and say they're angry, they're bitter, they're this, they're that. No. No. Anyway, I gotta run.
Okay, Travis, thank you so much.
By the way, folks, if you're watching this, Carmen has been doing this for several hours. So
yeah, because you made me.
Carmen. Well, listen, it's like back to your CP24 days.
No, listen,
right?
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. And, we started Can't Be Censored because we needed a platform to. Are you smoking again?
No. There's a minister coming out of the vehicle right here. So I'm just.
All right, listen, I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I want to thank everyone who has tuned in to this live broadcast of Travis testifying in Ottawa. I want to thank Wyatt, who's been behind the scenes helping us to produce the show. And this is, it's not the end. It's to be continued. So we'll see you soon.